he's doing a residency and he walks in. And if my front staff is sitting up there, I'm Dr. Henderson, and with the Texas State Board of General Examiners. And we need to speak to Dr. Keels right now. And copy.
His life story right now.
Somebody here from the Texas
Everyone good?
Just let me in, but it's gonna start. But it's okay. You can start it without.
Well, I'll wait. So all the board members have their cameras on.
Like it.
Dr. McNeil, can you mute? Actually, no. So we don't have to hear you. Okay. Good.
Yep, I'm good. I'm in.
Okay, everyone. Call to order the May 13th, 2022 Texas State Board of Dental Examiners.
Yeah, and your camera's not on.
No, it should be.
Make sure your speakers and microphone.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Texas State Board of Dental Examiners meeting will now come to order. The time now is 8:37. So as protocol, I'd like to remind the board members that and the public, if you're joining us via teledentistry, never gets old, on a secondary device like a computer, phone, or tablet, please mute it until it's your time to speak. Please also say your name before a verbal vote during the voting process to ensure a proper count. And I'll also try to announce the names of the board members when addressing them on first and second motions. Dr. McNeil, would you do us the honor of reading the mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners?
I sure will, thank you. The mission of the Texas State Board of Dental Examiners is to protect the public health and safety and promote high quality and safe dental care by providing enforcement, licensing, peer assistance, and related information services to licensees and their patients.
Thank you. Roll call, Dr. Kirsch.
Yes, sir, Dr. Yu. Dr. Linda Burke,
Present.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Present.
Miss Lori Jones,
Present.
Dr. Yvonne Maldonado.
She will not be joining us today.
Okay, great, thank you. Dr. Margot Melcher,
Present.
Miss Lois Palermo,
Present.
Dr. Robert McNeil,
Present.
Dr. George Kirch, present, Miss Catherine Sisk,
She will also not be joining us today.
thank you, and Dr. David Yu.
Present.
Dr. Yu, we have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Please let the minutes reflect that Dr. Maldonado and Ms. Sis are absent. So discussion and approval of the minutes of board meetings. The minutes of the February 18, 2022 board from last time should be in your website, in the packet. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes as written?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch, motions and seconded by Ms. Jones. Any discussion? See none. Show of hands and say aye. And for those in favor of the motion to accept the meetings from the February 18th, 2022 as
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
So we have how many?
Seven.
7,
Yes.
4, and 1 abstain. Motion carries. Don't see it, but we had our chance to read it.
They're in there.
They were in there.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And that's why I'm abstaining, because I don't have an opinion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fair. That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Henderson, for being too honest. Ms. Stutter, would you lead discussion on agreed settlement orders?
Yes, so the agreed settlement orders are in your materials, and the staff is asking that the board approve the orders as presented.
Thank you, Ms. Stutter. So just as a reminder, when discussing or motioning to pull a specific case, please only specify the case number and not identifiers. Do I hear a motion to approve the agreed settlement orders as presented? Dr.
moved.
McNeil,
I second.
and seconded by Dr. Kiers. Thank you. Any discussion on agreed settlement orders? See none. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Next, we have remedial plans. Ms. Stutter.
The remedial plans are in your materials. Staff asks that the board approve them as presented.
Do I hear a motion to approve the remedial plans as presented? Motion by Dr. Kirsch, seconded by Dr. Burke. It was tied. Any discussion? See none. Raise your hand and say aye for those that to approve remedial plans. Once again, unanimous. Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. And agreed administrative penalties.
The agreed administrative penalties in your materials. Board staff is requesting that the board approve those as presented.
Great. Do I have a motion to approve agreed settlement administrative penalties? Dr. Henderson motions and seconded by Dr. McNeil. Any discussion? See none. Show of hands once again in favor of approval of agreed administrative penalties. Say aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Okay, who made the motion?
Oh, it was
Dr.
a motion by Dr. Henderson,
Henderson,
seconded by,
Emil, yeah.
Thank you.
thank you. Ms. Studdard on consent orders.
Board staff is requesting that the board approve the consent orders that are in your materials as presented.
Once again, show a motion to, okay, Dr. Kirsch motions to approve consent orders and seconded by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? See none. Once again, hands and say aye for those approving consent orders.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you once again. And pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal, Ms. Studdard.
Those dismissal memos are in your materials. Board staff is requesting that the board approve those dismissals as presented.
And once again, when discussing or motioning to pull a specific case, please only specify the case numbers. Do I hear a motion to approve pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal as presented? Dr. Kirsch motions, any second? Ms. Jones seconds. Discussion? See none. Raise your hand and say aye for those in favor of pre-ISC recommendations of dismissal.
Aye.
Say aye. And any opposed? Any opposed? Any abstain? Dr. McNeil abstains. So we have 7.
4 and 1 abstaining.
Abstain.
Yep.
Thank you. So post ISC recommendations of dismissal. Just start.
Those ISC recommendations of dismissals, those memos are in your materials. Board staff is requesting that the board approve those dismissals as presented.
So keep in mind, there are 2 volumes. If you want to discuss or motion to pull a specific case, please only specify the case number and the volume, reference volume. So do I have a motion to accept the post ISC recommendations of dismissal?
So moved.
Dr. Kirsch motions, seconded by Dr. Henderson. Any discussion? See none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Modification orders, Ms. Stubbard.
There's one modification order in your materials. Board staff is requesting that the board approve.
Do I hear a motion to approve the modification order as presented? Dr. Kirsch motions, seconded by Dr. Burke. Any discussion? Dr. McNeil.
So discussion on this one, I believe when I first came on the board, this case initially presented itself. And I'm not sure if legal wants to give us a little bit of a background about the restrictions in practice. Or if you don't, I can.
So this was, it was initially a consent order that this respondent signed to mirror the out-of-state disciplinary action that he received. So the Texas consent order also had a practice restriction. And so the modification request was to remove that practice restriction.
And the issue that was being managed was in another state as far as when that practice restriction was placed. And so we don't have terrific details regarding why that was done.
So I have a question along those similar lines. He's requesting that the restrictions that were placed be removed. Has he done any educational work to in those areas, or has he just completely ignored that?
No, he's done supplemental continuing education in those areas. If you'll give me 1 second, I'll pull that information.
And that was part of the order in here about the,
And yes, and the panel required still more additional education just to make sure that he is. completely-
Yeah, before we turn him loose on something that we said was dangerous. I mean, I know it went through an IC. I just want to make sure that we understand that there was educational activity and things before we let him loose back doing stuff that we told him he couldn't be doing.
He did present evidence of that at the ISC and like the specific education that he did. Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other discussion?
in just clarification, will the respondent be on a probated suspension for a period of time?
No, he's done with the probated suspension. This modification order is just removing the practice
Restriction
restriction
practice.
and also completes additional.
Any other discussion? Guys, okay with this?
We're looking for the specific education that he completed
Prior to
this. Yeah.
Because that was printed at the IC, presented at the IC, I'm gonna say. And so maybe there's a comment from one of the people that heard it on the IC. If we can't find the document.
After you. I make the comment.
Yeah, I'll try to look that up.
Dr. McNeil has a comment.
Oh, Dr.
As a
McNeil.
comment. You know, just to throw an idea out there that may or may not complicate things. In disciplinary matrix, you know, we heard from lots of remedial programs. That would be another option, is to suggest a remedial program in these specific areas be completed. Now, to get to Dr. Henderson's point, you know, I was not at this ISC, and this is a pretty unique situation, and we're dealing with issues of it's pretty significant when someone's practice is restricted in a certain area, and especially the area that was restricted, and we had impairment issues that have been corrected through PRN. But truthfully, you know, would I feel better if someone did go through a remedial program to say, okay, we have an independent source doing some hands-on things versus doing CE. And I say that based on the fact that remedial programs are still a fairly new mechanism for us as a board to utilize.
Dr. McNeil, to that question, I have CE that he provided for this modification. We're talking about significant hours of CE. We're talking, here from first glance, we have 8 hours, another 18 hours, 8. And this is starting like 2019 on forward.
And many dental implants.
Many dental implants, yeah.
And then the overriding issue of impairment. If impairment was not an issue, then I would be a little more strong in my opinion to push for an actual remediation program. But when you layer in the issue of impairment that we're told based on PRN, that's not an issue and there's a release from PRN, then I'm less concerned. In hearing you talk about the number of CE courses, that makes me more in favor with voting to the affirmative on.
And those are just the first 3. There's several more. So yeah, I don't have the exact total for you all, but we're talking not just 8 here and there at 1 year.
And the other factor is this board itself, we're not the ones that made the original order to restrict practice. That's right. So I feel good about this.
Any further discussion on the modification order? See none. All of those in favor to approve the modification order, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. So with the SOA dockets, there's 2 SOA cases, and I'd like to discuss each one individually. I'd like to call on Ms. Studdard for the first SOA docket case.
Yeah, and then just to clarify, we didn't have any specific orders that's on the agenda, but we don't have any for this board meeting to present. And I'm gonna have Kathy present our SOA cases. We'll start with the first SOA case, that's docket number 504-21-2623. This case was set for a hearing on January 12th, 2022. Board staff for summary disposition in the case. That motion was granted. The ALJ submitted a proposal for decision by summary disposition on February 8th, 2022, and no exceptions were filed. Board staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached and revoke Texas Registered Dental Assistant registration number 14023 issued to Arnold Medina Jacob.
Board, I trust that you read this administrative judge, law judge's summary disposition in each of these cases. But do I hear a motion to adopt the first docket? Dr. Henderson, do I second? Seconded by Dr. Kirsch. Any discussion on the first case, 504-21-2623? See none. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Thank you, sir. Ms. Camp, would you like to discuss the second SOA case?
Yes, this is docket number 504-22-1992. Very similar situation. This case was set for a hearing in June of this year, June 15th. Board staff also filed a motion for summary disposition. In this case, that motion was granted. Proposal for decision by summary disposition was issued on April 2022. No exceptions were filed. Just a little side note here. This respondent, Ms. Schiller, was planning to be here today. Unfortunately, due to a family emergency, she was unable to do so. She did send in some additional materials for you all to consider. I sent those to you. I hope you had a moment to review those. With that in mind, staff recommends that the board move to adopt the order of the board as attached, revoke Texas Dental Hygienist License number 21555 issued to Rebecca Schiller.
So do I hear a motion to adopt the board order staff recommendation regarding docket 504-22-1992? So Dr. Kirsch, seconded by Ms. Jones. Any discussion on this?
Sorry for you.
Yes, sir.
You know, when you read the details here and you read the rebuttal information that's put in, it certainly gives you pause. You know, obviously we're changing the trajectory of this person's life once again, and there were decisions made that changed it in the first place. From a disciplinary matrix standpoint, we have very little wiggle room with something like this, I believe. Legal, am I making it?
There's no wiggle room.
There's no wiggle room. And that's one of the challenges with, you know, where we're at. So it's unfortunate at times that you can't give someone grace.
Dr. Henderson.
You, Camp, the information that you submitted more recently on this lady, was that information that was available for the SOA hearing?
No, that was it. That information was not provided at the SOA hearing. However, she did have an opportunity to respond to the board's motion for summary disposition. At that time, she did not. That would have been a time to present that information for consideration. However, it still would not have changed the board's requirement to revoke her license because this is a felony conviction. I need to be clear. Her rebuttal is a little wishy-washy. It sounds like it's just a misdemeanor that she was revoked for. She was not. It was a felony conviction.
Thank you, Ms. Camp.
Any further discussion? See none. All those in favor of adopting board order to recommendation regarding docket 504-22-1992, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, board. Oh, presiding officer report. Thank you. And I will take the floor now. So I wanted to thank the board members for your dedication. And we really appreciate feedback from the stakeholders and their participation in the important process of rulemaking. First, I'd like to show appreciation to Ms. Marquita Pride, service to the board. I'd like to publicly thank her for the services of the citizens of Texas. Because of constraints in her time and other commitments, she had to step down from her role on the board. But I loved her pleasant attitude. I loved that she, even though she was here for a short time, she participated in committees, ISCs, and every part of the meetings of this board. But I think she represented the public well, and we valued her insight and perspective. But we'll trust that the governor's office will find us a good, equally qualified public member. But I'm actually also reminded about how amazing, I wish you were here, but how amazing and lucky we are to have Ms. Sisk representing the public. I mean, she's set the bar for all of us, even for the rest of the board members. Yeah. I like her a lot. Yeah, and FYI, the Promethean demo was held in my office, and we tried to prevent a quorum from occurring. So we maximize the number of board members to demo it at each time. But I'd like to thank Dr. Hanlon and Scott and Donna Armstrong from Promethean to allow us to take a look at it and experience the future. Any comments on any of that without creating a situation? Yeah.
I think it was certainly a great experience for us to have some hands-on work with that system. I know Dr. Henderson and I had a grand time there. I pulped every tooth I touched. But there is a learning curve. It's nice to see what technology is available now, and that's where the future's going for education, and I imagine remediation at some point, licensure too. So it was a great opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Turner.
Yes, that was very interesting. I'd never seen a simulation thing. And I think I am ready to do crown preps now. And upping my production, they will all need root canals.
But that's the beauty of it, because it may be the future of remediation for new and remediating dentists and hygienists. But the key is that you can only harm patients virtually with this, rather than practicing on, real life humans. But Promethean is allowing me to keep this simming down for 6 months. So it's enough time for the next board meeting if you all want to check it out again. But also for the board members and staff. I'd love anyone to come by and tour the office and take a look at it. Upcoming executive director annual review. Just heads up. I told you if you quit, I quit. So per rule 100.4, the board will conduct an annual review of the executive director. And because of the great work by Ms. Jones, I've asked her to once again take the lead on it with the help of Ms. Capel. So thank you guys. So, look out for those reviews the next month or so. Any comments on that? Okay. Regional board reports, CDCA, REB, and CETA were all virtual. Dr. Burke, Henderson, Dr. Melcher or Ms. Jones? Any comments? ADEX? Oh, Dr. Henderson.
I would just point out that the annual meeting is slated to be in Grapevine in January.
Yeah.
At the Gaylord, just everybody can come hang out at Gaylord.
Thank you, sir. ADEX, or Dr. Henry, or Ms. Jones?
Yeah, we were both.
Okay. So any comments or anything come up interesting that we should know about?
Well, we did bring up the DLOSCI, with ADEX because they do, the mannequin exams and the live patient exams and everything. And it's kind of my understanding they don't feel like that's going to be a big issue. But I hope in moving forward with ours. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't think I think you might be having trouble hearing you.
Okay. We talked about the DLOSCI, and I don't feel like they felt like it was going to affect their exams at all with mannequins and live patient exams. And we're just moving forward with seeing which states approve just patient only or mannequin and patient and those types of things. Did you have anything else to?
I think probably a summation comment may be that there's just so many things happening right now in licensure and with the examination process. We had our hands on working with the simulator yesterday, so it'll be holding on to your seat because things are going to change.
A lot of changes.
Thanks for the report. Ms. Jones, any word on credits?
Sure, yes. We have a steering committee meeting coming up in June 18th in Kansas City. They also have what's called a Sim2 Care, and it's a virtual haptic dental product. I haven't experienced it personally, but I think similar. We're going to be experiencing it in June when we go up there. So, so that is, yeah, they're interested. Credits is interested in coming and presenting to our board as well.
Great. So, obviously CERTA, my report, CERTA is now States Resources for Testing and Assessment. So they changed the name, but everyone still calls it CERTA. So, it doesn't matter what their name. But I actually participated in my first CERTA exam personally, and it was held at the University of Tennessee. And I just learned that I didn't know what to expect, but I learned that examiners are all cut from the same cloth. We're board members. And I think, in the end, it's a volunteer effort that we all put in, and it's a break-even event for us, basically. So, I think we do it all for the right reasons, just to kind of ensure that the new generations of dentists are ready for service to the public. But everything was run so smoothly and, with great professionalism, very impressive. But I'd love to see CERTA as another option for students. I mean, it's only good to have fair market competition, and multiple exams I think are good, and it helps improve the quality overall of regional boards. So, overall is a great experience and, every exam I've been to has been just phenomenal. So really well run overall in all the regional boards. Yeah.
Dr. Yu, did you say that the examiners are all state board
They
members?
were.
So
Well,
there's
the
not
ones-
any outside?
Well, there was one that I met that was from a school. Professor, and most of them were, ex or previous board members or sitting board members, the same as, credits, and, Rad. Dr. McNeil, would you mind quickly sharing with the board some information about your independent study at Harvard? And but
Where?
congratulations.
Where?
Because I read your paper, it was quite amazing, honestly, and I learned a lot from it. And I think it'd be great to share something about it.
Sure, yeah. Thank you. The dental licensure compact is something that was funded by the Department of Defense. And part of my impetus for doing the executive fellowship at Harvard was to get awareness of Department of Defense service members, their issues, and to kind of present that sort of as a leadership challenge. To get back to what I said before, there's a lot of things that are going on, and a licensure compact for dentistry and for dental hygiene is being formulated currently. And that's something that the intent is to work like a driver's license. You cross state borders. If you have a license, states would have a option to accept to be part of the compact or not. And so that's all sort of happening. There's lots of things going on in the background, and interesting concepts and interesting things are going on. And I'll try to keep you guys updated as it moves through.
Kind of like military,
Well, one thing I did learn that I know we had passed some laws or some rules to make it easier for active military spouses. And that is a big issue. A lot of the people that I worked with were with the Department of Defense or Department of Energy, and the Harvard program is part of their leadership track that they have to do. And part of that track, they're often transferred or change of station, as they call it, about every 3 years. They are not active military. Most of them are former veterans, Navy SEALs, Marines, but they wouldn't be classified as active military for most of the rules that most states did pass. So they would still have the same issue. Part of the DoD getting involved in all of this is, per the paper that you spoke of as part of my MBA capstone, was there's significant financial and professional issues happen to spouses when the service member is transferred. And unfortunately, it disproportionately affects females. And so,
especially their pay.
yes, pay and even just professional escalation in their careers. So that's why DoD got involved.
Yeah, I think for dentistry, compacts are coming because it's already in the medical side.
Medical, nursing, various other health professions. And as I said, right now, the American Dental Association and the American Dental Hygiene Association were tasked of formulating some of those groups. Technical work group is met. They're putting together some language. And there's lots of things going on there.
Dr. Henderson.
Dr. Miguel, thank you for representing the state of Texas at such an important institution as Harvard. I wanted to go ahead and bring that out, that we really appreciate you. Wow, giving them a really good show. of what it's
Texas Canadian.
As long as you don't embarrass Texas. So any other comments or questions for Dr. McNeil? Okay. And the ADB report, I know that Dr. Henderson, Dr. Burke, Dr. Maldonado, and Ms. Nichols, and I think Lauren was on the attorney roundtable. So any comments about that or anything that you want to share?
Well, I'd say that Dr. Maldonado got elected to be our caucus representative. And it's really nice to see some leadership happening in that. And I was really excited for that. I always love the attorney roundtable and picking up the legal stuff. I think the next meeting's in Asheville, North Carolina in October. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to make it then, but I'm still got it not marked off because I'm not really sure. It used to be a Saturday, Sunday, and now it looks like it might be Friday and Saturday and Sunday. I don't know, but I just think board members ought to go and participate if you can.
Yeah, it's good networking, but I think it's just learn a lot, especially from the attorney roundtable, seeing what's going on in this, dental world. But for me, this one, it seems like each meeting has kind of like an inside theme. In this meeting, it seemed like a lot on teledentistry and dental shortage area, dental health shortage areas. And even like Admiral Ricks was usually on there a lot. And he talked about how like in some areas, we need like 11,000 practitioners in underserved areas. And, we basically have less or like half of that. And that, they talked about how teledentistry can help with that potentially. But also like Dr. Howell from AT Stills talked about in Brazil, how it took a year to see an oral surgeon. But with teledentistry, it took a month. So that's kind of the power of technology these days. But they also talked a little bit about the.
They didn't extraction through teledentistry.
It's hard, but
Well,
not
just-
impossible.
Not to treat.
Is it reversible?
I got, okay. I'm just curious how that happened.
But no, good point, Dr. Kirsch. And and really, they also talk about, of course, dental therapists, especially in Oregon, talking about like 13 states have already, authorized or are going to authorize dental therapists. And the whole dental therapist thing. I mean, Oregon has a really liberal policy on that, where they can do fillings, they can extract simple teeth, and it's pretty major. So things are coming up, and we'll have to kind of vet them. Any comments or anything else?
So Lauren and I also, in addition to AADB, attend a monthly AADA meeting, which is all the same people, just the attorneys. And Lori Lindley is the executive director for the Oregon. Yeah, and she heads up that meeting, and she's always really helpful. If Lauren and I have a question about anything, she will, if she doesn't know the answer, she will use her network to help us. And so it's been a really invaluable membership to that organization.
Thanks for doing it.
Yeah.
The last on my list is dental school updates, and we participate in licensing exam boards. We tend to know what's going on in each of these regional boards, which is our responsibility, but we just don't know what's going on in our backyards. And I feel like the hundreds of students that are graduating that we're responsible for, who's new licensees, we have to make it known that we have vested interests in their success. And I just feel like I like each of the deans or representatives during each board meeting to do like a 5-minute presentation, just to kind of see what's going on, data, and really be able to have the board ask each one of them questions. So I'm basically saying, like, if the board is okay with it, have one dean present, during each of the meetings. So obviously we have 4 dental schools. Dr. Henderson.
Dr. would you want to also include dental hygiene programs that are not associated with dental schools and or possibility of dental assisting programs?
Yes.
Or do you just
If
want
they
to limit,
want.
or do you want to just limit it to the 3 dental schools?
Honestly, I don't think we should limit it, but I
Well,
would.
I guess maybe we should put an open,
Right.
open call, and if they would like to
100%.
participate, and we have to hear 2 or 3 this time, we'll hear 2 or 3. We can't hear them all, obviously.
My thoughts, if the board agrees, is that we'll reach out to everyone, dental schools, dental hygiene programs, dental assisting programs, and depending on the feedback we get, we'll set a schedule for everybody to attend. And like you said, it might be that we'll have to hear 2 or 3, maybe 4. We can cap it, but give everybody a chance to come address the board.
I was going to say that I know the dental hygiene schools, there's a directors association, and certainly we can ask maybe the president of that association, since we have so many dental hygiene programs, maybe they could kind of do a
That
culmination.
would be very helpful. If you have the contact info, will you send it to me, please?
That'd be good.
Thanks.
Dr. Melcher.
I appreciate your comment on that, but I would say that I think we should open it up to the schools because even though it's a Texas Dental Hygiene Educators Association.
Right.
I think, every program is a little different. So I think one may, not speak for what's going on in the other schools or so forth. So I think we should just still keep it open.
We should keep a kind of feelers out there because if there's like 50 schools that want to talk, then
I think there's 28 dental hygiene schools. Do you know anyone?
I don't know if that includes
I thought-
some that just open
There's a couple more. So
college and.
But I think it's
Right.
that if you do like 4 or 5 for every board meeting, you'll be able to get them throughout the year.
The Educators Association has a president too. And they have meetings, so they pretty much.
Sometimes not all the faculty are members of that.
Oh, really? Oh, I
organization.
didn't know that.
So that's why I would say just keep it as an open call.
yeah. Dr. Henderson.
So just a quick math, it'd be pretty simple to say that 4 dental schools could be given one board meeting that we have 4 times a year. And they also have a hygiene department except for Texas Tech, I believe. But there's West Texas, there's a couple of hygiene programs there in El Paso and West Texas that we could tag on. But we could then allow the other 28 hygienists, we could make a charter for 28 schools. And if they choose not to participate, then, but we could know then and control our budget rather than say, hey, maybe, so it would be simple. I was just looking at 28 divided by 4.
Right. And this is not a new idea. Other state boards have their, dental schools do reports, once a year. Dr. Melcher.
And I'm not sure if this is the correct place to bring this suggestion up, or maybe as we're starting to get somewhat, I think, out of this pandemic, and maybe these dental and dental hygiene programs are now starting to do outreach into the community. I wonder if maybe we should do a friendly reminder via our text, via email or through our newsletter electronically, of just reminding them of what the criteria is when you're doing these kind of activities, such as like medical histories, consent forms, or if it's adult patients taking bite wing x-rays, just something to that nature. Just because I know UT Houston, our student organizations have been dying to get out there and get in the community again, but just as friendly reminders, I think it's a good thing that we're following the standard of care in these activities.
Can't get out of following the standard of care.
Correct. Correct.
Just to clarify, that would be a reminder to recent graduates or anyone.
To the schools and the
Okay.
dental hygiene
Maybe a
programs.
newsletter or something.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand. I'll get with you.
Dr. Henderson, do you have any other comments or questions? So that concludes my report. Next, we have the Professional Recovery Network report. Is Ms. Leal.
She available? Raquel, Leo? She's connected.
My report. Next, we have the
Good morning, Miss Leo.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, board members and staff. My name is Raquel Leal, and I am the director for the Professional Recovery Network. And I'm here this morning to give the report for current fiscal year third quarter. With that said, the Professional Recovery Network continues to receive a steady number of referrals regarding potentially impaired dental professionals. Compliance by current participants is acceptable, and all concerns regarding public safety have been reported to TSBDE. PRN continues to offer an individualized approach to the supports and accommodations offered to our participants throughout the pandemic. This includes continuing to provide participants with the option to complete their evaluations and recovery-related meetings through online platforms. PRN regional coordinators also continue to provide monthly regional meetings to our participants via meeting online platforms or teleconferences to ensure ongoing peer supports are being offered. PRN hosts seminars biannually, and we are excited to announce that our upcoming spring seminar will be live and in person for the first time since the pandemic. It's actually scheduled for tomorrow, Saturday, May 14th at the Norris Conference Center in Austin, Texas. And PRN participants are required to attend these seminars as it is stated in their support agreement. Our speaker at the event will be Joseph Dias, who is an LPC supervisor, and he has worked in the mental health field for over 14 years in various capacities, and nearly a decade as a licensed clinical counselor. Mr. Diaz was recruited by Houston's Memorial Hermann Prevention and Recovery Center as a clinical program specialist, where he led the clinic at the Austin IOP program. And there he was providing treatment services for patients seeking help in recovering from drug and alcohol addiction, and also dually diagnosed with mental health needs. Mr. Diaz will present on DSM-5 Diagnostic Criteria, where the summary of the topic will focus on the new diagnostic criteria for substance use disorders, with an objective to focus on explaining and interpreting how changes affect both clinicians and patients. He will also discuss and evaluate the clinical benefits and drawbacks of these said changes, and provide an overview of understanding to our participants, who are often left with questions and a lack of general understanding about their diagnosis. PRN is scheduled to hold our biannual advisory board committee meeting the morning of the spring seminar tomorrow, and it is scheduled to be held via Zoom. The LBB numbers for September 1st, 2021 to February 28th, 2022 were submitted to TSBDE on March 10th. And these numbers include all licensed dental professionals enrolled in the PRN program. This is showing as 11 board-ordered dentists, 2 compelled volunteer dentists, 21 volunteer dentists, 2 board-ordered dental hygienists, and 1 volunteer dental hygienist. And that concludes the report for PRN's current fiscal year third quarter report.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Leal. Dr. McNeil.
Thank you so much for the important work that y'all do. When I look at these numbers, does that appear to be an escalation in numbers from what we've seen previously? Are the trends going up?
It appears that they have been going down a little bit from previous quarters. And I believe that that's due to the lack of program outreach and visibility due to the pandemic the past couple of years. It definitely doesn't mirror the statistics that from the data that's coming out from the pandemic. So we anticipate that there will be an increase.
And I guess on that point, because there's the COVID effect with, has touched so many lives and so many aspects of the economy. So I'm glad to hear you say that maybe you're just not able to get out there and get your messaging and the availability of the program out. So something we'll certainly need to keep an eye on.
Yes, definitely. Correct.
Any other comments? Ms. Lee, I'm glad that PRN is continuing the remote operations. I think it's going to, it helps the participation aspect of it. And thank you for all you do for the city, for all the licensees. But and just publicly, we have PRN. I mean, if there are any people or students and dentists in trouble or hygienists, they provide a great service. And I do look forward to being on that advisory board meeting with you tomorrow. So I appreciate you. Thank you for that report.
Yes, thank you.
So next is the continuing education committee review. I'd like to call on Dr. Melcher to lead discussion.
Sure, thank you. Yesterday we met at our committee meeting, and I'd like to thank our members, Dr. Burke, Dr. Kirch, and Ms. Palermo, and of course you and our staff. The first item on the agenda that we discussed was the committee recommendation and possible action on Texas Administrative Code 104.2. continuing education providers. It seems that it had been approved, but it was never updated to reflect the changes. So we discussed that, and the motion was passed to go ahead and proceed forward with that to reflect those changes. And then Dr. Burke had brought some discussion into for current CE providers. Do we have any kind of a mechanism, for those that after a certain time of year, do they reapply, or is there a resubmission? Or, and I think I sort of threw in the idea of maybe providing a report and determined on the amount of time, whether it be annually, by, we just sort of threw those things out. And we left it that our staff would look into it. I'll work with them on looking at some criteria, maybe a format, whether if it is through an application, a re-application, or a report. So looking forward to, we'll present that at our next CE meeting. And then we had Dr. Joe Waller in attendance. Yes.
Yeah, on the vote. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
We don't need a motion because it came out of committee. We just need to vote on it.
No, we do need a motion. We just
Oh, we do?
need a second.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yes, so I'd like to go ahead and then ask a board vote for this change.
So it was adding dental risk solutions to the previously accepted list of providers
Yes.
back in 2011. It was just never added to that.
And that was with Dr. Joe Waller.
Yes.
And so he was present at our meeting and gave any information, but we
I'll make a
know him
motion
well.
To accept that.
Dr.
Great,
Kirsch makes
thank
the
you.
motion to accept committee recommendation. Does not need a second since
Right.
it came from committee. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And then, as I stated, then the next discussion was about some type of plane or report. So our staff took the ideas, the things that we discussed, and I'll get with them and we'll come up with something for our next meeting.
So, just FYI, maybe the attorneys can speak to this, but, part of our 104.2, whatever rule says that we should do an annual review of CE providers. And we're trying to kind of have the board staff flesh out, what we'd like to see in terms of, recertifying in a way or renewing those providers. Is that right?
Yes. Because it may be that some of them may no longer be in existence that we have on our list. So yeah, just to go through it. And that was it. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Melcher. Good job. Dr. Kirsch, licensing.
Yes, sir. We did have our licensing committee meeting yesterday, and I want to thank again my committee members, Ms. Lois Palermo, Ms. Lori Jones, Dr. Maldonado, who's not with us today, Dr. McNeil, and of course, Dr. Yu. Our first committee item was committee recommendation and possible action on application for registration of a nonprofit organization or corporation authorized to hire a dentist. And we did hear from the medical director, I forget his name.
Dr. Carlo.
Dr. Carlo, thank you. He gave very good testimony as to what this organization is doing. They do treat underprivileged children, and about 50% of their patients are HIV. So the committee voted unanimously to accept the authorization to hire dentists. And we do need a vote on this.
Make a motion that we accept.
Ms. Jones makes the motion to accept committee recommendation to accept the nonprofit corporation AIDS Arms. Do I have a second? Oh, we don't need a second. Sorry. And any discussion on this? Well, I mean, just FYI, this application in a way does fulfill 107.205. So it meets all the requirements.
Thanks for that, Dr.
Thank you. And raise your hands for those in favor and say aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kirsch.
All right, our next committee item was recommendation and possible action on request for exception to board rule. We had 4 come before the panel. So the first one is 2022-Q4-RDA1A1. And I will let Ms. Mendez lead us in this discussion. I can lead us in the discussion.
She's just pulling it up, I see.
Oh, okay. All right.
The board
Good
staff.
morning. Can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Mendez.
Yes, good morning. Board staff has deferred the application to the licensing committee. The board rule 101, for the exception of the board rule 101.8 E2D. The applicant, board staff determined she was ineligible due to being convicted of a class A assault misdemeanor offense 12 months preceding the date of the application. The applicant submitted a request to appear before the licensing committee in hopes to be granted the exception for her registration. The applicant would be eligible on May 21st, 2022 with a consent order of a 5-year probated suspension.
Right, thank you. The committee had discussion on this. Technically, if this meeting were next weekend, she would be completely eligible. So we went ahead and approved it unanimously. And that's it. We do need a vote. Okay.
So the committee recommendation is to allow exception to the board rule in the state or license. Do I have Dr. McNeil?
So moved.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion? Seeing none. Let's call roll on this.
Okay, yep. Dr. Brian Henderson,
Abstain.
Dr. Linda Burke,
Or
Ms. Laura Jones.
For.
Dr. Melcher,
Abstain.
Dr. McNeil,
Or
Ms. Lois Palermo,
Or
Dr. Kiert, 4, Dr. David Yu.
4.
Okay, so the motion carries 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 2 abstaining.
Thank you, Dr. Kier.
Did you abstain?
Yes.
Who did I call on? Dr. Burke.
Or she said 4. I said
Oh, she did. Okay. Ms. Jones,
I said
4. Okay. I missed it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 2 abstaining. Yep.
Thank you, sir.
So the motion is carried. Okay. Next was 2022-Q4-RDH1. And again, this person wanted an exception to board rule. This was denied by the committee. Now let Ms. Mendez lead us in this discussion.
Yes, the applicant submitted a reinstatement of a canceled dental hygiene license. Upon review, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. The applicant then submitted a request for special consideration or an exception to board rule due to not having completed the 2 years of practice or the CEs.
Okay, so the board or the committee recommendation was to deny exception to the board rule. Do I have a motion? Dr. McNeil motions to accept committee recommendation to deny exception. Any discussion? Okay, so can we roll call again?
Yes, we can. Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Ms. Laura Jones.
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
4.
Ms. Lois Palermo.
Or
Dr. George Kiert is in favor. Dr. Yu.
4.
It carries unanimously.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, who made that? Who made the motion?
Dr. McNeil. Okay. Next is 2022-Q4-DDS1. And again, the committee recommended exception to board rule. This was Dr. Pierre, who was seeking exception to board rule. He was 17 days just over for, he was approved for licensure, not credentialing. And I'll let Ms. Mendez lead us in this discussion.
Board staff received the application on April 11, 2022. Upon review of the application, board staff determined the applicant was ineligible. Board staff deferred the application to the committee for an exception to board rule 101.2C2. Dr. Alexis Pierre IV applied for licensure by exam on 4/11/2022. Upon review of the application, it was discovered that Dr. Pierre completed the CETA exam on March 25th, 2017, Based on the board rule, staff would not be, we're not able to accept, I'm sorry, we're not unable to approve the application and deferred it to committee.
Again, the committee voted unanimously to accept.
So-
I did ask the question to both these dentists as to why, your time limit is 5 years. Why are you waiting till the last minute to get this done? And actually, they both had started the procedure October, November, and it was a lot of paperwork and miscommunication between the board staff and the dentists themselves. So just for clarification.
Good point, Dr. Kirsch. Do we have a motion to approve the committee recommendation to grant exception to the board rule? Or grant,
Yeah, that's right.
allow
That was
exception?
good.
Thank you. Dr. Burke. Dr. Burke motions and any discussion? See none, can we roll call? on
Yes.
this? Thank you.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
Or
Dr. Linda Burke.
4,
Ms. Lori Jones.
4,
Dr. Melcher.
4,
Dr. McNeil. 4. Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Kirch, 4. And Dr. Yu.
4.
It carries unanimously.
Thanks, Dr. Kirsch.
And our last one is 2022-Q4-DDS2. And again, this is Dr. Basha, and he was 7 days late on his paperwork. And again, you heard as to why, and the committee voted unanimously to grant him exception to board rule.
And I think part of the problem here was that the social security wasn't
Right.
attached to the senior.
That's exactly right. Thank you,
I
Dr.
think
Yu.
I don't think he had one.
He
at
did.
that time.
He didn't. He does now.
He doesn't have.
Yes,
right?
he does now.
So the
Yeah.
board couldn't verify the CETA exam.
Exactly.
So what came from committee was to allow for exception to board rule and allow him to have his license. Any comments, but we need a motion. Dr. McNeil motions
So
to vote or to recommendation from committee to allow exception. Any discussion on this? See none, can we roll call?
Yes, sir, we can. Dr. Brian Henderson.
or
Dr. Linda Burke.
4,
Ms. Lori Jones.
4,
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4,
Dr. Robert McNeil. 4. Ms. Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Kirch in favor. Dr. David Yu.
4.
And the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch.
All right, next on our agenda was committee recommendation and possible action on 22 Texas Administrative Code 114.3, which is pit and fissures and sealants. 114-4, which is nitrous oxide monitoring, and 114.5 coronal polishing. And I'll call on Ms. Nichols
Sorry.
to the discussion
Yes,
on this. And
I'm
this
turning
is
this
mainly a clarification. There was no voting on this. It was just clarification. I'll let you lead.
and I'm going to pass the baton to Ms. Camp. She will handle that discussion.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. This is more of a PSA point on our agenda regarding certificates for RDAs. As a little overview, we had a member of our DRC reach out to us who was having some staffing issues. She'd been interviewing new RDA candidates. And when she asked if they had their certifications for nitrous oxide monitoring, pit and fissure, and coronal polishing, the responses she consistently got was, well, no, my last employer didn't require it, and I just did it anyway. And so she reached out to us just to let us know what's going on and have this conversation. So this is just a reminder to our board members, their colleagues, the public, that while Senate Bill 313 did away with the actual certifications issued by the board, additional training is still required in order for you to be able to do pit and fissure and coronal polishing. Same goes for nitrous oxide, and Christine, please jump in if I get this wrong again today. But the board does still issue certificates for the nitrous oxide, and that is also required by statute that you have to have that certificate in order to be able to do that. If you have any questions about what those requirements are in order to be able to do pit and fissure, administering of or monitoring of nitrous and coronal polishing, you can look at our rules 1:14.3-5. They're there, and I can go over them today if you so like, but that's really kind of the overview.
I'd like to remind those listening that the nitrous must be submitted for registration within 5 years. If you don't submit it, you have to.
It's much like our board
Yes.
exam
Yes.
results. Yes. within
Exactly.
5 years.
Exactly.
Ms. Mendez, it looks like Ms. Mendez has a follow-up.
Ms. Mendez?
Just a point of clarification, nitrous oxide monitoring is not a separate certification. It's an endorsement on the dental hygiene license or on the registered dental assistant license. So if they don't have it on their certificate, they cannot monitor nitrous.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mendez.
And we will be including this information in the next newsletter as just an educational PSA reminder for stakeholders, licensees, et cetera.
Thank you. All right, we did have a presentation by CERTA or State Resource Testing Agency and Promethean Dental Systems. It was Dr. Muncie and Dr. Hanlon. Hanlon, did I say that right?
Hanlon?
MJ?
Well, I've already pronounced what his name
Yeah.
wrong today. so-
And they gave a very lengthy presentation. It was very nice. And I think most of us here have had an opportunity to go and see it in action at Dr. Hughes' office. And if not, like he said, he's going to have it for the next 6 months. So hopefully the next board meeting, those that didn't make it as myself can go out there and take a look at it. We had one public comment, and that was a dental hygienist seeking, and there was no action item since this was not on the agenda, but seeking dental licensing for retired hygienists for voluntary work. And that concludes my report, Dr. Hughes.
Thank you, Dr. Kirsch. Any questions for Dr. Kirsch? Great. So the next on the agenda is the Dental Practice Committee. Dr. Burke, would you like to discuss?
Sure, thank you. We also had our dental practice committee meeting yesterday, and I want to thank also my committee members were Dr. Henderson, Dr. Maldonado attended virtually, Ms. Palermo, Dr. Yu, and Ms. Sis was absent. She was not present yesterday at our meeting. In addition, I want to thank our stakeholders because y'all have really done a great job participating and helping us kind of navigate through. We appreciate your input. We appreciate those of you that came to our stakeholder meeting that we had, and in addition to the 2 public comments that we had yesterday. That's always helpful. And I just want to have a big shout out to our staff because our staff has worked really hard on this, and we really appreciate you walking us through this because it's a difficult task and it's been a difficult charge that you've been given, but you've done a great job helping us through this. So thank you, because I know it's not easy. Our first item on the agenda was committee recommendation and possible action on Rule 108.25, dental healthcare workers. The committee did vote unanimously to approve the board staff recommendation to repeal Rule 108.25. At this time, Ms. Stutter, do you mind leading our discussion?
Yes, and that was just because the Rule 108.25, all the language in that rule mirrors the language in Chapter 85 of the Health and Safety Code. So the rule is not really necessary. So that's why we're recommending repeal.
Okay. So the committee recommendation is to repeal 108. Strike out 108.25 rule. Do we have a motion to accept committee recommendation? Dr. Henderson motions, and do I any discussion on this? Everyone's clear about the rule? Okay. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item pertained to permitted dental assistant duties. There was no action taken on this agenda item. We just had a lot of great discussion. The question had arisen from a public comment or question to our staff as to whether or not assistants should be allowed to perioprobe. And so the general consensus after our discussion was that we do not feel that dental assistants should be allowed to perioprobe if they have not received adequate proper training. And at this point, we don't feel there's a way for them to get adequate proper training. So they would have to have a certificate and be tested well and all of that. And so I don't know if you want to add anything, Ms. Stutters, but 2 of the comments that were made that we need to remember is that the probing is used as a diagnostic tool. And also it can cause in certain circumstances, if it's not done properly, irreversible damage, which we definitely want to prevent if possible. Anything else?
I was gonna add that, but
Okay, yeah. So but we didn't, that was not an action item, so we don't need to take action on that.
Questions? Motion.
I would just say that it's not only just about technique, but it's also about the etiology of the epithelial lining, which that's all encompassed in educational background or curriculum that is given to dentists and dental hygienists in school. So I don't even feel like a certificate is something to be considered. Again, this is just, it's purely about education and about the knowledge.
I think it was our consensus was no one ever expects to see a dental assistant probing, perio probing. And we want everyone to remember it always falls back on the dentist as well. And so we don't think or we've never heard of a dentist actually delegating that duty to their assistant. But it was just a question that came up and our rule is vague. And so our staff had questions and they were wondering and they wanted clarification on that. And so do you have anything to add, Ms. Palermo? Because I know, and Dr. Henderson.
Both of those faces.
He doesn't probe.
I mean, I think we covered all our bases. I mean, we did discuss this for quite some time.
And I think if I can add that what a reasonable improving dentist would do, I mean, I don't know of any dentist that would, allow their assistant to probe because it is very technique sensitive. I mean, I mentioned about, having to probe at the right amount of force to avoid penetrating into the connective tissue, the long-term epithelium, specifically 0.2 newtons, where it takes years to be able to just kind of find the right pressure even. So, but I don't think there's really an issue out there where a lot of dentists are doing that.
Like you said, it's just good to do a friendly reminder or something of permitted duties again.
Dr. McNeil?
Not to muddy the waters, but from hearing what I hear right now, I get a sense it would be inappropriate for a dentist to delegate that responsibility to a patient remotely via teledentistry. Because that wouldn't be unheard of. Patients can obtain their own probes.
I don't know.
I completely agree with that as well.
There's mud in the water.
So, we had this discussion yesterday, what is in rule versus what's in statute. And that's where we kind of came about with having more of a position as opposed to a rule on this question that you just asked.
And to your point, it would still fall back to the dentist, right? If the practitioner is allowing the patient to probe on themselves, that would not meet our standard of care.
Standard care. Okay. Oh, Ms. Palermo.
Well, and one of the points that I was making yesterday, and I think Dr. Burke had just said it, is that we had said it causes irreversible damage. It can cause irreversible damage. So it should be no. They can't probe it. I mean, and that's what's in our rules. Is it reversible or not? And it's not.
The possibility of cutting hard or soft tissue, right, is what we fell back on.
Yeah, I think that was the main issue is what is the potential damage? It may not be if you do it appropriately. We talked about artificial intelligence using probes to tell you when to stop, and it was a lively discussion.
Thank you. Our third agenda item, we discussed Rule 108.16 teledentistry. The committee did vote unanimously to adopt Rule 108.16. At this time, Ms. Studdard, would you please lead our discussion on that?
Yes, so this rule was initially published in the November 12th, 2021 issue of the Texas Register. During the initial public comment period, the board received several stakeholder comments pertaining to the reference of section 108.7 in this rule. specifically pertaining to the board's in-person examination requirement. As a result of stakeholder feedback, the board voted to amend section 108.7 and also voted to repropose this rule with no changes. And then both rules were published in the March 11th, 2022 issue of the Texas Register. We received several public written comments, which are in your materials. A summary of those comments are included in the rules preamble. Additionally, we received the Regulatory Compliance Division's determination letter, which is also in your materials. And the division has approved this rule and indicated that the board can move forward with adoption.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the rule.
Before we do that, can we hear from stakeholders?
We only have two. Do you mind if we hear?
No,
from
that's fine. That's
stakeholders and
great.
then we start our
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah, thank
great.
you.
If everybody's okay with that, I appreciate that. The first public comment I have signed in is Trey Lawrence. Is it Dr. Lawrence? Are you Dr.
No,
Okay.
no, I only play one on TV.
Okay.
Or when you sleep in the Holiday Inn, right?
Welcome back. Thank you so much. I couldn't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah, attorney by background.
Okay.
So
Dr.
good, yeah. So good morning, everybody. I'm going to repeat what I said to the Dental Practice Committee yesterday, that I know it's the obligatory stakeholder thing to get up here and start out by saying thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak. Thanks for your hard work on this. I mean this in the least robotic way possible. I know you all have put in a lot of work on this, and we really do appreciate that, as well as the opportunity for my whatever umpteenth time to be in front of you speaking on this. And I, definitely we do not overlook the significance of that, being able to be involved in a process like this. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I'm here on behalf of the American Association of Orthodontists and the Texas Association of Orthodontists. So certainly, as the AAO and the TAO, we have been active and been at all of these hearings and tried to speak up as much as we could on this, because obviously it's a very important issue to us. And so as we look at the proposed rule text that's in front of you now, and I'll get to that text specifically in a second, I think that we're headed in a really good direction, and I'll talk to that. The AAO and the TAO definitely still support the language that we put forward initially that would require an in-person exam specifically for irreversible dental procedures. And the reason for that is because we feel like this is an area has lots of challenges in enforcement. There are clinical challenges and what's the appropriate standard of care. There are legal challenges because there are actors out there who, if there's any enforcement action, can and have challenged in other settings. And so we ultimately want you all to be able to protect patients. We feel like the more specific language enables you to do that by clarifying any doubt and dictating, in black and white what the standard of care is. And we feel like there's a good basis for that. Certainly with the orthodontic treatment, specifically the remotely prescribed clear aligners. We believe that that is an irreversible procedure. We believe that the evidence strongly supports that. We talked about this again yesterday, and I apologize to the committee. I know a lot of what I'm saying is duplicative of what I already shared with them yesterday, but just to get it on the record here, when you look at the process of orthodontic treatment, when you apply force to a tooth and you move that tooth, the force causes a process called hyalinization, where the bone actually becomes a gel-like substance. The tooth moves through that, and then the bone resets around that. So not only can you not move the tooth back to its original position, so it's irreversible in that sense, really the original position no longer exists. The bone has disintegrated and reformed around it. So it's a completely new situation. I mean, there is no going back to something that no longer exists. And all of that is really in addition to that's the treatment itself is irreversible. There's also the harm. So when you look at things like root resorption and the weakening of the tooth root structures that can occur if orthodontic treatment is not administered properly, those things certainly are irreversible. If you have root resorption because you didn't monitor properly during treatment or evaluate prior to treatment, there's no going back. You're not going to regrow those tooth roots. So just within the orthodontic space, I believe that all of that supports a rule that would
Tooth loss in the presence of periodontal disease.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mentioned just a couple. There are a lot there that I think put this squarely within the irreversible category. But in addition to just the orthodontic treatment piece, I have a kind of a unique vantage point at the AAO where I really try to monitor other technologies that are out there outside of the orthodontic space for these legal and ethical challenges. And I know we've hit on over the last couple of days some of the AI, and the AI combined with the robotics and the other things that are coming. And these are not, Jetsons years off in the future. These are on the doorstep of some other, it's orthodontic treatment now, but there are going to be other areas where the practitioner is going to be pushed out, and you're going to hear all about the perks of the access to care and the amazing things that these do for patients. But by cutting out the provider, we have serious concerns, not just in the orthodontic space. So for all of those reasons, we continue to support the additional language in the rule that would require an in-person exam specifically for anytime that an irreversible dental procedure is done. But I would also like to speak to the language that's in front of you that came out of the committee yesterday, because I am encouraged by that language and really in connection with the decision that came out of the Regulatory Compliance Office, that even under that language, I think that there's still an enforcement future ahead for this board. And so what I want, this is kind of for us as the AO and the TO, I'm really excited about both of these options. I mean, obviously we would prefer the more specific language, but even under the existing language, I was so encouraged to read in the Regulatory Compliance Office's report, highlighting the fact there's been a lot of focus during this procedure about the minimum 1 year requirement on the physical exam, that you have to do a physical exam at the latest within 1 year. And I'm so encouraged that even the governor's office highlighted there's an or in there that I want to make sure that everybody understands. It's at the latest 1 year, or if a reasonable and prudent dentist would do a physical exam prior to that. And so I just read to you that the language that to me was the most significant out of that regulatory compliance decision. Importantly, the proposed rule still refers to what a reasonable and prudent dentist would do and does not foreclose that under certain circumstances, the standard of care may require a dentist to perform an in-person examination of or have other in-person contact with the patient for providing teledentistry dental services. So again, I would maintain that orthodontic treatment is certainly one of those that falls into that or, that there's no reasonable and prudent dentist that would move teeth and undertake all of those irreversible things without doing an in-person exam. And so not only do I think that the rule, even as it's currently stated, provides that enforcement option for you all, but I also think that the governor's office, the Regulatory Compliance Division, has signaled that they agree with that tact. And so I think that's a clear statement that both legally and giving you all the clinical discretion then to be able to move forward in an enforcement decision under that language, even in the current draft of the rule. Now, having said all of that, we, the AO and the TAO, would still strongly prefer the more clearly stated where it's in black and white, because I think that removes a layer of challenge from some of these other groups that are, because you're definitely going to hear those challenges. You're going to hear the challenge that the standard of care doesn't require an in-person exam for orthodontic treatment. Some other things like that I would say on that definitely challenge the evidence that supposedly supports that. But with that, again, I just thank you all for the opportunity to express our position. Again, happy to take any questions or otherwise look forward to the rest of the discussion on this topic. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you again for coming. Does the AAO or the TAO have a position paper of the standard of care that has an in-person requirement that you'd be willing to share with the board?
Yeah, we do. So, and I'll answer that with the caveat, because we have two things that I think fall into that category. We have the AAO's clinical practice guidelines, which apply to all orthodontic treatment. We've had some discussion with this board previously about some prior revisions that were made for things completely unrelated to what we're talking about, that maybe made it seem a little wishy-washier on whether, the in-person exam and other things, is it a must do it or a should do it? The language leaned a little back toward the should do it. I think the sentiment is absolutely that you must do it. And so we have a committee that is being formed as we speak that's going to change those shoulds back to musts, just to clarify, because we recognize those decisions were made kind of in a vacuum that's unrelated to this discussion since that time. including my report on previous conversations with this board. We said, hey, the little things you were considering around here have much bigger picture implications, and so we're going to fix those. So that's one document. The other, on the website orthofacts, facts.org, there is a white paper specifically about mail order and direct-to-consumer orthodontic treatment that really dives into the specific scientific evidence even more directly than the clinical practice guidelines do. And so I would definitely point to that as well, because it has the journal citations and all of the, the reputable peer-reviewed scientific evidence that establishes what goes on at the in-person exam and why it's so crucial.
And on that policy, do you have policy that they have to have a CEF for all orthodontic procedures?
The clinical practice guidelines, so this is where I step out of my playing a doctor on TV and back to my lawyer role. I know that the clinical practice guidelines are very specific about which x-rays, are recommended. Certainly the general principle, you need to do x-rays before you do orthodontic treatment, is clear as day. And I believe that the clinical practice guidelines do also specify which x-rays should be done.
Even for retainers?
I believe so, but don't quote me on that. And if they don't, because of recognizing how teledentistry is going to start to impact retainers as well as aligners, I think that's a great topic for the committee that's working on those to make sure it's specified going forward. Because I know it would be the sentiment that everything that's in there already, that even if it's just retainers, you still need to do x-rays.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question. While they're redoing the verbiage on there, can you recommend that they put a reasonable and prudent orthodontist must do this?
As more and more states, including Texas, and the teledentistry rules are kind of starting to gel all over the place, and that's frequently, I think it would be in the AAO's best interest for those clinical practice guidelines, the language in there to reflect what's.
There are a lot of general dentists who do ortho that aren't
Right.
orthodontists.
Right.
They don't have cells.
Right.
A reasonable and prudent dentist.
Yeah.
That would help clarify some of the verbiage that we were just talking about, I think.
And that was another thing, the last changes to the clinical practice guidelines did clarify also that at least from the AO's perspective, that those guidelines apply to anybody doing orthodontic treatment. It's not just an orthodontist,
Right.
It's GP or whomever, because we recognize obviously there are people other than orthodontists that do orthodontic treatment.
Right.
And we believe the standard of care and what's in the patient's best interest is always in the patient's best interest, no matter who does the treatment.
So talking about standard of care issues and for the board, we rely on our dental review panel and basically 2 dental review panel members to agree on whether standard of care was met. Specifically on orthodontics, pretty routinely, I think we've all seen issues where if a patient is not evaluated in person, our reviewers have found a standard of care issue there. And you made the comment that that is a should thing from your association's position. I guess I'll ask my fellow board members, does anyone take issue with that statement that was made?
Should or the must?
Should or must be evaluated prior to ortho?
I like must better than should.
Oh, and I like shall better than must, so.
Dr. Henderson.
So I think this is really a legal question that really probably should be best answered by the attorney that's sitting at the table. And a should and a shall, basically, in my opinion, is the same, but really, it's not for us to determine because that's a legal decision. Because when you go to court of law.
Okay.
Dr. You?
Yes, sir. And there certainly is a legal component. And let's, the elephant in the room here is that we're trying to thread a needle and do what's best for patients in the state of Texas and be prudent and help practitioners determine what's appropriate to do. We don't want to be reactionary in our disciplinary review, and I'm going to talk about it in my report. We're trying to be a little more proactive and preventative. I have not seen cases that were dismissed where an orthodontic patient was not in person assessed. It was an issue. There are legal issues at play. There's lots of legal issues at play. I love that an attorney is giving me some information about bone remodeling, and that's terrific. But at the same time, where the rubber meets the road on this, we are somewhat beholden to our DRP members to set the standard of care. I think we're kidding ourselves if we say, well, we don't have a clue what the standard of care is. We know what they're setting as the standard. I think we know what we believe is appropriate as practitioners. We don't want patients harmed. Many of us have seen cases where in fact this is the case. And so there's a legal component, Dr. Henderson, but I think there's where the rubber meets the road and what is good for patients. Let's not be, we're darned if we do, darned if we don't. It is great to have language for a reasonable and prudent dentist because we give the dentist to utilize their professional judgment. They are evaluated by their peers. In fact, 2 of their peers must determine whether that standard of care was followed or not. But I think the patients in Texas and the practitioners in Texas really deserve some clarity on this.
If I could just quickly respond to that. That's again why I was so encouraged by the Regulatory Compliance Division's letter, because ideally, the way the system is supposed to work, I say the system, dental boards across the country is obviously, as you say, you all are the experts in what the standard of care is. And so state legislatures are intended to defer to you all to determine what the standard of care is. The challenge has been that because that has to allow some wiggle room for professional discretion and those kind of things, then a couple of the state dental boards that did try to do that were then sued by one of the companies in this area saying, you didn't determine the standard of care out of your professional discretion. You determined it because you're, anti-competitive actors trying to act together to exclude somebody from the marketplace. And so, and those states, every state that this has happened has unique challenges. The big challenge in the cases that have moved along so far has been that there was not a sufficient level of state government oversight over the dental board to provide some antitrust defenses. And that's why this compliance letter, the Regulatory Compliance Division's letter, is so important, because it is the administrative, the oversight process, that active supervision by the state that courts have said didn't exist in other situations. And that's why I'm so encouraged here. You got active supervision where the governor's office looked at the rule, said, we're good with it. We feel like it's in accordance with state policy. And we feel like you all, using your discretion to determine what the standard of care is for a reasonable and prudent dentist, would be in accordance with state policy. That's a huge defense on those antitrust kind of claims and some of these other legal actions that weren't there for states like Alabama that have suffered from some of these lawsuits.
Great info.
So are you saying that you are in agreement with the submitted rule that the Regulatory Compliance Agency read?
So I'll answer like a lawyer and say yes, but I am, it's if we started from point 0 early in this process, I think we're a huge way along. I think the more specific language would get us even another step further, and I would be even happier with that. I think I say we did AA on the TA, but even where we are today with the existing language, I feel like that's a huge step, and it's going to really do good things to protect patients in the state of Texas. I'm trying to, what I don't want a headline, Alabama, Georgia, California. I don't want the Texas headline where now you all got sued because you tried to do something. And so from my vantage point, looking at that issue, I think the more specific the language is that's in rule, the stronger the defense is. But I think that the regulatory compliance letter that came out was still a huge step toward that legal defense that you all.
But shouldn't our obligation be to protect the patients of Texas and not worry if we get sued? I mean, that should be our call, right? I mean, let's just open this up. Let's just talk about it. I'm upset with this rule, and I'm going to amend it, and it's going to get voted down, and that's fine. But it's ridiculous that we can't put a language in there because we're scared to get sued. It's ridiculous. We're called to protect the citizens of Texas. And how are we going to do that? We have to make specific language to protect the citizens of Texas. So I just wanted that out on the record. So.
Dr. Kirsch is certainly getting feisty
I
there.
know, I'm very passionate about this because we're worried about getting sued.
Right.
You know what? We shouldn't. We should be worried about protecting the citizens of this state. That's what we're called to do as board members.
That's what we do with, ISCs and.
But that the patient's already been harmed. If we set a rule that protects the rules are going to be broken, and the bad dentists are going to do bad dentistry. But at least if we have a direction and a rule that sets us apart.
I agree. I mean, the bottom line is that our job is to not make rules. Our job is to enforce it.
That's right.
And so the problem is that we have legislative intent. We have HB 2059.
Access to care.
Access to care issues that teledentistry has to occur based on legislative.
And
intent.
I'm not saying let's not do teledentistry. I'm just saying that there's an irreversible procedure that has to be done. Let's not do teledentistry with that.
Not gonna do it.
And so back on my point, I share many of the concerns that Dr. Kirsch does. Attorneys, y'all play in a great role, but we don't want to be 100% beholden to the legal aspects to your point. I think stakeholders provide valuable input. What I was trying to get a sense from a board perspective of, does anyone disagree with the fact that, specifically with ortho, do they need, should, must have that evaluation? Because otherwise, to your point, Dr. Kirsch, we're playing catch up. And licensees are getting harmed because they got to go through the process because they're performing ortho in Texas without any exam at all. And obviously patients are getting harmed. It's a tricky deal. I love your points that you made regarding the regulatory agencies have certainly looked at this rule. To Dr. Yu's point, we need to make rules and we need to enforce the rules as board members. And it puts us in a tricky spot. It does.
I'll make a quick comment. Well, just because also for the record, I want everyone to know and understand our priority is to protect the public. I think there's not a single board member here that doesn't have that as their main goal and their main priority.
Totally agree.
Unfortunately, we're having to figure out a way to get that done and try to make as many people happy as we can along the way as far as our stakeholders, which is impossible to do. I think we all realize that it's completely impossible to make everyone happy. But I'm confident that what we do and the decisions that we make are going to protect the public. And I don't think any of us will ever let that not happen. I'm happy you're here because you're very refreshing. You're the first person that's actually sat before us that has said anything positive about the direction that we've gone or the direction that we're going. And so thank you for that because you brought insight to us and it's supportive and we all appreciate that. I'm sorry, Lucy.
Oh, that's all right.
I just go ahead.
It's kind of twofold because there's not a way for us to carve out orthodontics in that, right? Yeah.
We spoke with the bill's authors in December.
Mhm.
And during the legislative process, any ortho carve outs at the bill writing, drafting, approval process, they were all shot down. So, and then we spoke with Representative Click and Senator Perry, who are the authors of the bill HB 2056, and that was not their intention.
And just keep in mind that the teledentistry 108.116 is on purpose mirroring the statute.
Right.
I mean, literally mirror, just like the medical version is.
Well, and because I wanted to know, I saw and read the governor's compliance letter. So doesn't that serve as like the legislative intent so that if we have people that come before us in ISCs, that we have that there to stand by with the rule as it's written? No.
I mean, when the regulatory compliance division does their review, I think they do look at legislative intent. That's
Right.
part of making their determination, but their main priority is to make sure that they review state agency rules to make sure it's not negatively impacting marketplace competition.
And they also collect stakeholder feedback too. They take our stakeholder feedback that we collected with both of our meetings, and then they collect their own. They ask for their own.
But that also serves as a resource to us when we.
You can also find the legislative intent
Right, on the
online,
legislative
which I think I agree with Lauren and Casey, but it is two separate things, right? You're talking about two different lawmaking bodies, right? So it's the governor's office's understanding based on all the information they've gathered, which is separate from what the legislature is doing. So we're tasked with following the laws that are put out in front of us and also following our constitutional duties to not negatively affect marketplace competition. And that's what the governor's office does.
I just had one more question. Because I'm wondering about, most of this has been around orthodontics, and does adding the exam like that negatively impact any other areas of teledentistry that we're talking about?
When we spoke with Representative Click and Senator Perry, that was their fear, was that putting language in there might be an impediment to access to care.
Right.
And I just want to reiterate the comments Dr. Burke made about our standard of care not changing. We took action on dentists who did not see their patients before they started orthodontic care before the teledentistry rule. And if we get complaints, we'll continue to take action when needed. Sorry.
Dr. Henderson.
So Dr. Yossi could have a point of information where in part of the meeting where we have public comments and we're kind of gotten off topic, we don't even have a motion on the table. So
This is just discussion. Yeah.
So I just wanted, we have a gentleman sitting at the table. We can either let it stay at the table or we could.
You want to see if anybody has any more questions, and we'll take our
Any
next
other
speaker.
questions for Mr. Lawrence? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. All right, no, absolutely.
Great insight.
Thanks to Dr. Burke. The rare occasion when the lawyer's accused of bringing a breath of fresh air.
One time.
That's high praise.
And Holland.
I'm gonna go back and screw that.
Thank you, Mr.
And just to compliment another attorney on what was just said there regarding, standard of care didn't change beforehand. It's not going to change now. In oral and maxillofacial surgery, my specialty has position papers just like the orthodontists do, and that does set the standard of care. Non-oral surgeons do surgical procedures, non-orthodontists do, maybe even the majority of orthodontic tooth movement, but the standard of care is set there. I worry a little bit about this 1 year mark that people are still going to try to do certain things. There's always that law of unintended consequences, and specific to ortho, if you really try to shorten down orthodontic treatment times, you're going to increase risks. But I'm hoping that practitioners that are looking at this say, here's what has gone on standard of care. The standard of care is not changing in that aspect. I know that was certainly a legislative intent that they wanted to allow teledentistry. We don't want the standard of care to change, and we're sort of following that with what we're doing here. It's going to happen, and there's, as to the point of our attorney gentleman friend here, there will be other issues that creep up in orthos, just that first measure.
Dr. Henderson.
Are we having any other public?
We have one more. All right, Mr. Holden, would you like to come forward?
Good morning. My name is Robert Holden. I'm here on behalf of Align Technologies. It's good to see everybody again. And I'd like, if I may, not to repeat some of the things that you've already heard from Mr. Lawrence earlier. I share much of his commentary. I'm going to be a little less agreeable, if that's okay. It's Align Technologies' position as the developer of clear aligner technology that it's incredibly important to have a dentist have that initial in-person examination before orthodontic treatment begins. This board has heard through testimony from a number of stakeholders, not only the potential harm, but the actual harm that they've seen as practitioners. We don't really think that that's at dispute I'd like to speak then more to the later portion of the discussion that you had, which I thought was a great discussion. And I'd like to speak to two things. One is to the intent of the legislation. Certainly, the sponsors of legislation have desires when they sponsor legislation. It goes through the entire process. I know for a fact that Senator Poforts and others do not share in that intent. It went through that entire process, and the result is on the page. So I think that's important to consider when you consider legislative intent. The other is what came from the Regulatory Compliance Division and the letter of determination. And while that letter said very specifically that they didn't think this board could have a blanket prohibition on telehealth without an in-person examination, they certainly indicated multiple times that there could be treatments designated as requiring such an in-person examination. So both from the governor's perspective, and again, I don't share the same opinion with legislative intent. We'll have to differ, obviously, on that if we do. But I do think that this board is provided with the authority to determine what the standard of care should be. I share many of the opinions that have been voiced at this table that it's important to have a bright line rule. I think a bright line rule, again, dispels any misunderstanding there may be on what that standard of care is. And I think ultimately that has served Texas well in the past. And I think that in telehealth, we have the opportunity to do that again. I will say this as well. Align Technology is incredibly supportive of teledentistry. We make equipment for dentists to use in telehealth encounters. We think that those telehealth encounters are great. They are very productive and provide additional access. But as you've discussed around this table and in the committee meeting yesterday, there are very obvious situations in which that care can't be delivered via telehealth, and there needs to be that in-person encounter. So I would just encourage you to consider an in-person examination in some instances. We think orthodontics is one of those, but I'm pleased to answer any questions. Oh, I'm sorry, there was one other issue I wanted to follow up. Dr. Henderson asked if there was a study that showed the typical time for clear aligner therapy. We were able to identify one from, it's a little dated. It's from the 2014 November issue of the Angle Orthodontist. Was done by Dr. Bershang and others at Texas A&M School of Dentistry. They found that the median time period for clear aligner therapy was 11 and a half months. So quite a bit of those were less, and the interquartile range was between 8 and 15 months. So a lot of these treatments are being completed before that year-long period that has been discussed here. And frankly, since this time, Align has been very busy developing this technology. Certainly, it's gotten a little shorter. One of the other things that Align has been trying to do is been trying to provide a tool to dentists so that they can do more sophisticated and more complex treatments. Those obviously would take longer. So we'd have to do another study to pin that down directly, but it's our sense that the time period has gotten a little shorter.
When I was practicing general dentist, because I am retired now, so I did over 400 Invisalign cases, and I would say a quarter of those were in the 6 to 7 months. I never tackled very aggressive cases. They were very simple cases, but in those situations, an exam would have been needed. So I agree. I did an exam. Almost did an exam. So, but yes, the way the rule is stated, that it would not need an exam because what within that year. So thank you for that.
And I very much appreciate your comments. And I think from a licensee dentist perspective, I think we can all agree there's very important aspects and potentials for teledentistry as it applies to orthodontics. And to your point, that can make it more efficient for practitioners and patients. And so we're not saying, at no point does telehealth not play an important aspect in the care.
Dr. Henderson.
Roland, thank you so much for that study. Nice to see Texas A&M coming through for me. But you have great points, and I appreciate your participation as well and comments on both committees and every time we've had this discussion. So thank you.
Any other questions from Mr. Holden? Thank you, Mr. Holden.
Thank you. Did we have any other public comments for teledentistry or virtual comments? Okay. So just as a reminder, the committee recommendation was to approve adoption of the rule as published. Now you guys can open up for discussion.
So the committee recommendation was to approve 108.16 as submitted to regulatory and as amended. Do I hear a motion to accept committee recommendation? Ms. Jones, any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let's roll call here.
Dr. Brian Henderson. Or Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Dr. Lori, Miss Lori Jones.
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Dr. McNeil.
4.
Miss Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. Kirch, abstain, and Dr. Yu.
4. Thank you, sir. So do we have any other motions or discussion?
It's still her.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So my last agenda item, I'm sorry. We discussed Rule 108.7, minimum standard of care. The committee did vote unanimously to adopt Rule 108.7 at our meeting yesterday. And at this time, Ms. Studdard, will you please review that for us?
Yes, so again, we received several public written comments regarding this rule amendment, which amends subsections 3 and 4. The summary of those written comments are in the rules preamble. Based on stakeholder feedback, we did update subsection 4 to state each dentist shall perform and review a limited physical examination when a reasonable and prudent dentist would do so under the same or similar circumstances. At a minimum, a limited physical examination should be performed and reviewed annually. This was just to make the language more clear that a physical exam is performed rather than maintained. We also received the Regulatory Compliance Division's termination letter, which is in your materials, and the division indicated that the board can move forward to adopt.
Let's do this one and then we'll go back.
Okay, so the motion on the floor was to accept the committee recommendation to accept 108.7 as amended. We have a motion for approval. Ms. Jones motions to accept committee recommendation on the amended 108.7. Can we roll call this?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Brian Henderson.
4.
Dr. Linda Burke.
4.
Miss Lori Jones.
4.
Dr. Margot Melcher.
4.
Dr. Robert McNeil.
4.
Miss Lois Palermo.
4.
Dr. George Kirch in favor, and Dr. Yu.
4.
It carries unanimously.
At this time, I'd like to go back to 108.16, the teledentistry bill. I believe Dr. Kirsch wanted to.
I did. I'd like to make a motion to amend that to reflect under B, must establish a practitioner-patient relationship. We add C, an irreversible procedure is to be performed. If an irreversible procedure is to be performed, an in-person examination must be performed prior to teledentistry.
So Dr. Kirsch wishes to amend our amended rule that an irreversible procedure is to be performed, an in-person examination is performed prior to teledentistry.
Can you repeat that one more time, a little slower?
If an irreversible procedure is to be performed, an in-person examination must be performed prior to teledentistry.
He's made a motion, he needs a second.
Right. Do we have a second? Dr. McNeil seconds. Any discussion on this? Dr. Henderson.
Dr. you asked me a question yesterday in my committee meeting about this, whether someone was administered an antibiotic, had anaphylaxis and died, if that was a reversible procedure. What is your opinion about that?
I asked you that question.
I know. I answered it yesterday publicly. I'm asking you
Death
today.
is irreversible unless you're Jesus, but, and I can't see how you can reverse, antibiotic. But the reason why it's relevant is that the medical board got sued and lost over, prescriptions, have requiring it in person. So, yeah, it's a good question. And what if you have a patient snip a suture? I mean, can the patient stick it back, or can we suture it right back to reverse it, or a loose healing abutment? We have a patient loosen it up to avoid aspiration. That's irreversible. I'm just concerned about the potential outfall on this, not to mention the potential of going back and then having to refight all this with the bill authors and legislative intent. So I just think really hard on this. If we're going to go back to this,
And that we just took a vote and everybody, almost everybody approved.
Any other comments, Dr. McNeil?
I usually like to second someone's motion because I feel the board members should be heard in what their opinion is and what they have a strong feeling about.
And I think you already heard my outburst a little while ago, and I do apologize about that, but I'm very passionate about this. And I know this board means well. We all do. We all want what's best for Texas. I think this just clarifies it, and that was my purpose.
And I think we had a very lengthy and fruitful discussion during the initial
by Mr.
reading
Lawrence and
of the
Mr.
bill,
Hall, yes.
and realistically with all of us. And I share Dr. Yu's concerns about, okay, we just passed this rule and it's been through various hoops of the governor's office and with the regulatory evaluation of this. It gets back to what would a reasonable and prudent dentist do. And once again, that allows dentists and entrusts them with their professional obligation. And I think we can all agree, and correct me if you feel different, orthodontics is an irreversible type of procedure. It's interesting. You can never go back to the before circumstance. And to Dr. Henderson's point, great point about, you call in an antibiotic for a patient and they can have an untoward outcome. And then should you have evaluated that patient in person? No. We've been doing various aspects of telehealth as necessary through the years. And we don't want to box ourselves in with the next developing technology. One of the things I've learned, regulatory agencies are always behind a little bit in some of the advancements, especially technology, and that's just the way the world works. And there can be certain benefits to that. So I feel good about what we passed. I'd be interested if Dr. Kirsch had any further comments to make specific on this motion. I'd be willing to hear them.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Dr. McNeil.
And Dr. Kirsch, I hear your concerns also, because I'm a periodontist. I've seen a lot of ortho, both teledentistry versions and in-person versions go wrong, and I'm pulling teeth for it. I mean, it is not a commodity. It is not going to, Costco buying something or contact lenses. No offense to them, but this is serious surgery. To me, it's a surgery because you are changing the jawbone permanently on this over months, if not years. So, I mean, it's nothing to take lightly. I mean, and literally you can harm or lose teeth irreversibly on these. And I wish, people would think about that and recognize that what would a prudent dentist do in these situations, which is to look at the entire face, the jawbone, the gum tissues, and make sure that everything can there's no inflammation Because if we have inflammation, the balance of bone gain and bone, loss is unbalanced and you lose bone. So it's as simple as that. Dr. McNeil.
And a question for Dr. Kirsch, based on the fruitful discussion here, the fact that we've had someone representing orthodontics nationally and statewide kind of talk about opinions regarding standard of care. We've discussed that. We've discussed DRP opinions. We've had a very fruitful discussion. Would you consider withdrawing your motion if we know that some of our stakeholders, for instance, would be able to publish some of our discussions of what we've had here in their newsletters, for instance? What we don't want, and they may do that anyways. I know we have the TDA representatives here, but we don't want patients in a bind. We don't want practitioners in a bind. We want clarity for the sake of clarity, as clear as we can be. I'm not sure how our agency feels about, when we publish the rule or announce the rule in our own newsletters, to have certain discussions that are reflective of what we've talked about here. I know you guys would do it in accordance from a legal perspective. And I know I push you guys constantly to do things that perhaps are slightly outside of your comfort zone. But at the end of the day, we don't want practitioners harmed by this as well.
And just to that point, when Lauren drafts up the rule, both the proposed and adopted version, there's the preamble with all the public comments that we received. So anyone interested in looking at the stakeholder feedback that we got and that was considered by both the board and the governor's office and anybody else who's been involved in this process, they can read all the comments that we received that way as well.
How do you feel about giving a summation of comments that we've made around that rule?
It's already done in the preamble. The preamble is a summation of all the comments that we received. But if you're asking us to put that in the newsletter or something, I'd be happy to.
I think Dr. McNeil's talking about what the board members discussed.
Like reconfirming our expectation.
The problem is legal. Board members discuss it, for the statute. Dr. Henderson.
I did have a question. That was the question for Kirsch.
No, I would not be willing to withdraw. Yeah.
So, I would ask the board to, and I certainly appreciate all the comments and stuff you're making regarding the orthodontics, but let's step back. We're really talking about dentistry and not just ortho. I understand. And so that was the question about the antibiotic. That's the average dentist calling in, got here, FaceTime, got swollen tooth, gonna give him an antibiotic. When you start putting the word irreversible, even if you clean someone's teeth, calculus and flag doesn't go back. So it's a really slippery language to throw irreversible. I feel really comfortable with our standard of care. I wish it didn't have at least a year at the end, but we lost that bat. The bottom line is we're all reasonable, prudent dentists, and we need to hold people to that standard of care, regardless of what your specialty is, based on the treatment you got. Go back to the antibiotic question. Dr. McNeil's perfect. If you needed to call in a drug to somebody and you should have seen them and it was obvious by the DRP person, it's going to be handled amongst the board. And I feel really comfortable about that. Now, a little bit reactive, some people would say, as opposed to proactive. And so Dr. McNeil's information about the more we educate our licensees about what we expect and societies that they're members of, what is our standard of care? Great. I think that only makes it a better profession.
Any other comments? Points?
In light of that, I'll go ahead and remove my motion. I'll withdraw the motion.
Motion has been withdrawn. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
It's a very good explanation, Doctor.
Okay, so at this time, let's take a, 10-minute break? Is that okay? So time now is 10:39. We will re-adjourn at, let's say, 10:50. Thank you.
I have something on my neck.
Right.
I think everybody
Time
was
is 10:55.
taking out the wiggles. 10:55, thank you.
Yep.
Are we live?
Yeah.
Okay. Order time now is 10:55. The Texas State Board of Dental Examiners will now come to order from break. Next, we have Dr. McNeil with disciplinary review.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. We have no action items, but I have a couple measures that I would like to talk about. I'd like to thank my committee members, Dr. Melcher, Dr. Maldonado, Dr. Yu. We are currently do not have a public member, so we look forward to that when that does happen. We had a fruitful discussion and presentation by several people with respect to mediation programs. We had Dr. Hanlon specifically talk about the Promethean system, and we've talked about that previously in this specific meeting, so that was very fruitful. And we sort of came to a consensus that mediation programs is a little bit of a newer approach. It's a tool in the toolbox that we will have at ISC. We're fortunate to actually have a bit of a remediation programs guru on staff with Ms. Camp, who's sort of offered to be our point person on that. And she's going to talk to our committee again the next time we meet, just to keep us updated. And I think for fellow board members, my comment would be, keep leaning on the assistance and help during the ISC process with our legal team. They are there to help ensure that we're being consistent, that we know all the different tools that we have in our toolbox. We talked about remediation programs. It's not something we're going to jump to very quickly, but if we see repeat issues, this may be a wonderful mechanism that we have in place for that. So that was a very fruitful discussion. Secondly, we had a little bit of a start of a conversation on trying to be less reactive as a board, certainly from a disciplinary standpoint. And we've sort of had those discussions throughout today's talk too. How can we be more proactive? How can we be more preventative in nature? And that was to get the topic out there. I know I had submitted a document to y'all from one of the professors at Harvard University, Dr. Hanson, there you go again. And this was a gentleman who's a regulatory expert. He was actually on one of the original Blue Ribbon panels for aviation safety with the FAA. And the article talks about, from a regulatory standpoint, do you want to decrease the bad, increase the good? Is kind of the outcome there. And I think we're going to have some opportunities to work with our stakeholders. TDA, we were talking about that this morning. And Dr. Worsham, I don't know if we've officially recognized her during this meeting, but she's the immediate past president of the Texas Dental Association. We are so fortunate to have you here, and just had a brief conversation with Dr. Worsham and Ms. Rhodes with the TDA, and just some things that they can be thinking about to see how we can serve the public better, how we can serve our licensees better. So that's going to be an ongoing sort of conversation. I've had conversations with Dr. Bell, and she's been able to provide me with some data regarding complaints. And we're going in a positive direction as far as less complaints. It's been nice for those of us, and many of us here have been on the board for a lengthy period of time. I started as an employee when there were backlogs of cases. And I know we talk about this, but it's been a wonderful experience to see with teamwork between legal and administrative and the board and all of you for ISCs and our DRP members to really deal with backlogs, to be efficient, to fine tune that. We're trying to deal with the high priority items in a priority fashion, which is appropriate. And we're trying to just do appropriate care. So I certainly appreciate all the help within the committee. And I think we're in a terrific spot, but we can continue to get better.
Any questions for Dr. McNeil? And I'll have to second Dr. McNeil that, this agency, the board is spectacular. Starts at the top here, but, looking at other agencies, we're just lucky. We're just lucky and everything's just flowing so well. So I thank you all.
You have a great staff.
Oh, man, amazing.
Wonderful staff.
Thank you all. So Any other questions for Dr. McNeil? Thank you for your report. That was really excellent. And Anesthesia Committee, Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. And yes, we do have a great agency and staff and leadership as the PO as well. So let's not let the accolades just stop there, because I know how busy you are with this. Our meeting yesterday, I want to thank my committee members, Dr. Yu, Dr. Burke, Dr. McNeil, Dr. Kirsch, and Ms. Jones, her first anesthesia committee meeting. So I'm so excited to have her on our committee and actually working.
Actually working with you.
Yeah, working. Yeah, absolutely. So our first action on was a recommendation or possible action for an exception board rule for 2022 Q4 DDS1. The committee voted to deny that unanimously, and I'd like to make the motion out of committee that we accept the committee recommendation.
So you're making the motion to accept the committee recommendation to deny exception to 22 Q4 DDS1.
Correct.
Any discussion? Or can we take a roll call?
Yes, we
Dr.
can.
Kirsch? Thank you.
Dr. Brian Henderson,
Four.
Dr. Linda Burke,
Four.
Ms. Lori Jones,
Four.
Dr. Margot Melcher,
Four.
Dr. Robert McNeil, 4, Ms. Lois Palermo,
4.
Dr. George Kirsch in favor, and Dr. David Yu.
4.
Dr. Yu, the motion carries unanimously.
Thanks, Dr. Kirsch. Dr. Henderson.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Our next committee agenda item was a discussion regarding 110.5 on modification. It was brought to us by agencies just to hear a lively chatter about the rule. And I'm going to defer any further comments to Ms. Studdard if she would like to make them.
Staff was just needed some guidance about what 110.5 says about a residency and internship program. So you can, as we all know, apply for a level 3 moderate parenteral sedation permit. One of the requirements is if you complete a residency and internship program, but it didn't specifically say ADA or CODA approved. However, it kind of alludes to that a little bit, but we just wanted to get clarification that it does have to be an ADA or CODA approved residency or internship program. And the committee confirmed that, yes, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Studdard.
And just to clarify, we wanted to double announce that this is not a loophole, because the actual C part actually references as defined in this subsection, which does say ADA CODA approved residency or internship. So just FYI. So the committee felt like there doesn't have to be any changes at this point on it until Dr. Henderson rewrites the rules.
Well,
Committee.
does committee members, our board members have any other questions regarding that section? Well, there was no action taken. So next on our agenda was the Anesthesia Advisory Committee on Dental Anesthesia report that was March 22 was presented to the committee. There was a lively discussion with this. We discussed some of their recommendations that they put in their report regarding permit or preoperative checklist with nitrous. We talked about medically high-risk patients versus dentists who were put in ASA2 versus 3. You'll see a little bit of those trends in that report as well. And I'm going to let Ms. Studdard present anything else if she would like to.
I just wanted to clarify one thing about the committee's discussion. It was about the nitrous preoperative checklist. And one of the recommendations from the Anesthesia Advisory Committee was that we maybe make our rules more clear to specify what is exactly needed on a nitrous pre-op checklist, or maybe withdraw the pre-op checklist requirement altogether for nitrous. And one of the reasons why they recommended that is because, well, scratch that. I just wanted to give a little bit more information on the cases they reviewed. Our pre-op checklist rule was actually became effective in 2019. And some of the cases that the committee reviewed, the treatment could have occurred actually before 2019. So that's why they weren't really seeing any issues arise from not doing a pre-op checklist for nitrous. So I don't know if that clarifies it a little bit more.
I think that's an interesting point, as you pointed out, because that was part of their rub on the other ones that had the preoperative checklist. They were misidentifying an ASA classification. Well, they might have seen that same trend on a nitrous check, but they maybe didn't have the preoperative checklist. So my argument to remove a preoperative checklist on something that's supposed to increase anesthesia safety, and we have 8 deaths that involve nitrous oxide alone, I spoke very much against having or morbidities and mortalities. Just can't.
I would expect next year's report to be a lot more instructive on this particular point, because we're getting out of a period of cases mostly where a period of time, I should say, where the cases are all going to require that preoperative checklist. So maybe it's something to table for this year, and legal can talk to our committee about it next year as looking to see if there's a trend from when that rule went into effect to now.
Excellent idea, in my opinion.
Oh, Dr. McNeil.
And as a board member and committee member for anesthesia, I would make a request that if they do talk about long procedures ever again in a report, that they at least give us some goalposts.
What constitutes a long procedure?
Correct.
Okay.
And even just a range, 2 to 5 hours or 8 hours.
Good point, Dr. McNeil, because some people might consider an hour really long case, and 3 hours really long case. If you're doing a set of thirds, it should take 30 minutes. So I think it has to be in perspective of some kind of range rather than just long case.
And the committee really wants to make this report as usable to the board as possible. So any feedback, even if you think of feedback later after this meeting ends that you would like to give us, please let Lauren or Cassie know, because they really, they value it.
I appreciate the committee putting this together. You know, Texas is one of the few states, and maybe the only state that's doing it now on a repetitive basis, to release their morbidity, mortality reports involving anesthesia and dentistry nationally. And so I know a lot of organizations and national speakers that go to the website to pull these reports, and was really looking forward to this report being published on our website. So for those that don't know, it is on our website. It is published, and you may certainly download it anytime you like.
Any other comments?
Can you just clarify what types of cases are on there?
So the rule says, let me just refer to it here.
While she's looking that up, I can clarify that the committee looked at fiscal year 2020 and 2021 this go around. So our next review process will be 2022.
It's investigation cases which involve a sedation or anesthesia related death or incident.
So is there a way for us to know what the percentage of those cases were?
Deaths compared to something else. We can ask the committee to do that too.
So since this encompassed 2 years, would next year's report have less number of cases?
Yes, it will. Just whatever, yeah, whatever we get. And due to COVID and everything else going on, we didn't do that committee meeting for fiscal year 2020. So we had one big meeting to cover both fiscal year.
Any other comments?
Well, just because we have this up, and I'm going to probably ask the chair. I know that people get appointed and maybe do, and we keep a thumb on when it's time for the appointment of this committee. So,
Right.
yeah. Thank you.
And I can answer that. We have 2 committee members that will be coming off in December, and the information, if you're interested in applying, and the parameters are on our website. And if anyone would like to submit an application, please go to our website, and we will give all of those applications to Dr. Yu for review in November.
Yeah, so we need a level 3 periodontist and a level 2 pediatric dentist. Here a minute. Interesting.
Could you repeat that, please?
A level 3 periodontist and a level 2 pediatric dentist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have received several applications already, but obviously we welcome more.
Thank you. That concludes my report.
Do we have any public comments? None. So none?
None.
Any online? Okay. Agency reports. I would like to ask Ms. Nichols for her executive division report.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. So my report is uploaded into your board materials. I won't just read it, but I'll give you the highlights. We are moving. Relocation to the new Bush building is supposed to happen a month and 3 days from now. We were supposed to receive our packing supplies this week. Unfortunately, we did not. We are going to be working with the moving company to get those ASAP. We will be located on the 8th floor of the new building. We'll be neighbors with the veterinary board, just like we are now. We'll obviously keep you guys up to date on any impacts that this might have to our ISU schedule or our board meetings. Like I think I've already said this to all of you, but we pre-booked the hobby building through the end of the year. We expect that we will still be here. The event space in the new building is not eligible to be, it's not gonna be ready until November. So even though we might physically be at the Bush building, we will likely still have our meetings here. Wendy was kind enough to secure us an additional spot too, just in case something happens with the hobby building between now and then. So either way, we're good. We'll make sure our meetings happen. Yeah.
More importantly, do we have covered parking?
Well, so the parking is going to be underground. Parking is a big hot topic. But as we get more information on parking, I'll let you guys know. But it's going to be, my understanding is it's going to be underground, like they call it a mall. So it's a very beautiful space. I know you guys are all not in Austin, but if you ever have the chance to drive by and look at it, it's really going to be beautiful. There's a green area, and we'll look out onto the Capitol. It's just going to be really nice. Dr. Kirsch brought up a really good question yesterday about your badges, and they should work in the new building. All of our badges will work, and Leticia is going to check the list to make sure that none of yours are going to expire anytime soon. If they do, we'll let you know, or we'll get with you to update those. And we'll fix yours. So the move is exciting, and hopefully by the August meeting we will be moved, but we'll keep you all posted on that. Leticia, Chris, and I are going to take a tour of the new space on Tuesday, which we're really excited about. A lot of our staff want to go look at the new building, but it is still an active construction area, so they're only allowing a few people from different agencies to go at a time. Board member vacancy, as Dr. Yu said, on April 27th, the governor accepted Ms. Marquita Pride's resignation from the board, and we do want to thank her for her service. She was an excellent board member while we had her. So we are working closely with our appointment liaison at the governor's office to fill that public position. So this is my PSA to anyone interested in becoming a public member of the board. Please reach out to the governor's office. The information is available on their website, the application, and all that information is there. You can reach out to the governor's office directly with questions, and we are hoping to fill that position before our August meeting. So we'll be fully staffed on the board. The licensing expo, I'm not going to steal Christine's thunder, I promise. I looked at her report. Our information is different. We're hosting a licensing expo June 6th and 7th here in the hobby building. This event is going to allow on-site application processing for our recent dental and hygiene graduates. We're very excited to offer this again. We will process the dental hygiene applications on Monday, June 6th, and the dental applications on Tuesday, June 7th. Please visit our website to look at the flyer with all the information necessary about what what to bring, when to show up, what to do. And just as a friendly reminder, we're not allowing any vendors, recruiters, solicitors, or volunteers to this event because it's a distraction to board staff and the applicants who are there. We have a very focused laser goal here, and that's to get as many people licensed as possible in one day. And so, you know, while we appreciate all the offers that we've had from people who want to come participate, and, you know, congratulate these students, we just want to make sure there's as little distraction as possible. Huge thank you to Christine Mendez and her team. It was really their efforts to put this together, and it's going to be a team effort. The attorneys are going to get involved. It's going to be an all hands on deck event. Dr. Yu is going to come give us a hand. So we're really excited about the expo this year. The strategic plan. So I'm happy to present to you our strategic plan for fiscal years 2023 through 2027. The very lengthy instructions for state agencies is uploaded into your board materials. You can also see the last strategic plan that the agency put forth for fiscal years 2021 through 2025. This was also a group effort. A huge thank you to our directors. Again, Christine Mendez was very, very helpful. Dan did a great job. Dan Matthews did a wonderful job with our customer service survey. As you can see, there's going to be an emphasis on employee development, retention, and compensation. That's huge. I mean, we're only as good as the people that we employ at this agency. And thankfully, we have a wonderful staff that we want to keep them. So licensing and permits is goal 1, employee development and retention, enhancing our enforcement efforts, increasing agency efficiency and rulemaking, all really important parts of what we do here at the agency. We're excited about the response rate that we had to our customer service survey this go around. Dan pointed out that was a 608% increase in responses, which is amazing. Yeah.
Amazing.
And that just shows how engaged our stakeholders and licensees are with what the board is doing. And we really appreciate all the people that took time out of their day to fill out that survey. Dr. Yu brought up a great question about why the strategic plan has data from fiscal year 2020. And the reason is that state agencies use the legislative workforce summaries that are provided by the Texas State Auditor's Office, and they're historically behind. So they will release that fiscal year 2021 data later this year when all of our strategic plans are already turned in June. So everybody just rolls with it. We just give the data that we have, and it's for fiscal year 2020. Again, huge focus on employee development, retention, and compensation. We really want the strategic plan to parlay into our legislative appropriations requests. So we tried to focus on what we'll be asking for monetarily as an agency. And a big part of that is compensation for our employees. As part of that, what we are doing as an agency, which I'll talk a lot more about this when we do get into the LAR later, is that we are going to employ a group who is going to, it's the Prudential Global Networking. They're an HR and compensation consulting firm. That we were actually given this information by the medical board who's used this firm before. And what they do is they perform an agency compensation study. And their goal is to look at what we pay our employees, look at what the marketplace looks like, and specifically what other healthcare agencies look like. I believe the nursing board is also going to use them, the same group. They are a hub, a historically underutilized business. So that gets us some good points to use a business that is one of our state contracts, on one of our state contract lists. But they will be doing their study and sending the results to us in June. So we'll be using that later for the LAR, but a really good thing I think that we're doing, just because truly we want to make sure that we're compensating our employees at a fair level with inflation and just the cost of living in Austin being what it is. People are struggling and we don't want them to. They're doing great work. If anyone has any questions about the strategic plan or anything else, I'd be happy to answer them. It does not require a board vote. It's a purely executive function of board staff, but I do value your input. We as an agency and value your input and whatever feedback you have for us. Thank you.
Any questions about the strategic plan or anything from Ms. Nichols?
About the strategic plan, and I may have missed it from the survey that went out. When will we have the data for that? Or
we have it. It's in the report.
It's in there. Okay. And then Is the staff now all fully in-house now here, or are we still working some remotely?
Some remotely. So we started beginning of the pandemic. We already had a good number of remote employees with our investigative staff. They're almost 100%. Well, now they are 100% remote, and they're located all throughout the state. Our attorneys were working at least 1 to 2 days a week remotely, even before March of 2020, when all the pandemic stuff hit us. But we actually just turned in a report to the governor's office, a very unofficial report about the percentage that we have in the office every day. And we do have at least 30% of our employees in the office every day to welcome anyone who comes to the office. We're answering phones, that sort of thing. And then every division has someone in the office on a rotating schedule to ensure coverage.
Is it 30%?
Yes. And if it becomes, our productivity has, if anything, it's increased. I mean, people are happier working from home. You're not having to spend money on gas, clothing, food outside of the home. It's been a great way to retain good employees who might otherwise have had to leave us because they've had to relocate. That's been invaluable to the agency. It's also really hard to fill positions right now. That has been a struggle. I know it's global, it's not just us. But yes, we do still allow work from home, and it's been a really great program for the agency.
Thank you for the report.
But I think with the strength of the agency, I mean, we're lucky just to have one vacancy at this point. So,
yeah.
Dr. Henderson.
Ms. Nichols, excellent. Thank you so much for the strategic plan and the surveys. I commend you all for that. Whether it's good news or bad news, it doesn't matter. It's information that we can make changes.
Right, absolutely.
So the study people that are contract, do they have, since it's a state contract, they have pretty good weight with the legislative for changes of budgetary money?
I hope so. I think so.
Obviously, the medical board.
The medical boards use them with success.
Okay.
The nursing board is going to engage them as well for this upcoming element. I'm not sure if they've used them in the past. I also believe the pharmacy board will be using them as well. I also don't know if they've used them in the past, but we did get their information from the medical board.
Okay, and that's why I was asking, is the state agency contract, I mean, how much of the ear do they have of the budgetary process?
Right.
As we all know, we're trying to have fair pay.
Right.
And speaking on fair pay and 30% of the people in the office, in today's society with COVID, it's really the new work model.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily to have everybody in the office that doesn't need to be in the office, because people can be more productive if they're not sitting in a car for an hour driving. That being said, there has to be a check and balance, because we hear it out in the public world that I'm more productive at home. Well, show me, and how do you follow up with that? And that's really going to put a little bit possible pressure on your division managers to say that, because it is state money and it's something that some legislator, someone's going to ask.
Right.
I mean, and I don't know if the state has a 30% rule or a 45% rule, or is there
nothing yet
that I've seen.
Right.
And so Austin's one of these towns where you're going to get employees who might apply for a job if they don't have to drive in to your office, because money is not really driving these people as much as my freedom of being at home, take care of my elderly parents or my kids or my dogs or whatever it might be. So I think that's really nice that you have a little open mind on that.
And just to the point that you made, if we find that an employee is not productive working remotely, we address it with that employee. We're not going to take away a benefit to other people in the agency because of one bad actor. And also to that point, we report what's happening, and we have from the beginning of the pandemic to the governor's office. They're aware of who we have when. And if we were to receive a complaint from a constituent, from a stakeholder, from a member of the public, they couldn't get a hold of us, we would address that immediately. But so far, knock on wood, it really hasn't been a problem.
Good. Well, because, you know, when they call me and they say they can't get a hold of me, I have to give David's number.
I give it Bob.
But staffing issues remain the same. I mean, we are, you know, our licensing division, they work hard, man, and they're answering the phones on top of processing applications. They take turns on a schedule. And so, you know, I understand that if somebody doesn't get to the person that they wanted to talk to that very minute, that they're frustrated. I get it. I'm also a consumer and a licensee of a different board. And so, you know, but we do our best to give the most customer service that we can.
You guys do great. So is the plan still to kind of group with medical, nursing, you know, to kind of do the collective bargaining?
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So thank you for bringing that up. So we'll talk, I'll be updating you guys a lot more about this as we get into the LAR planning process. But we have a work group of healthcare boards, nursing, pharmacy, vet, all of the ones you can think of. And we meet to discuss the move. We meet to discuss strategic plans, and we will be meeting to present a united front at the legislative level too.
Hopefully that'll help. Any other questions for? I guess we'll take a break.
I'm done. I'm finished. Unless anybody has any questions for me.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Nichols? Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
Excellent work as always. Ms. Capel?
Hello. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Wonderful. All right, I'm going to start with a quick little human resource update. So right now we do have some vacancies. We have 47 employees. In finance, I actually lost 2 employees since the last time we met. Both transferred to other agencies for quite a bit more money that unfortunately we were not able to match. They were good employees. So those positions have been open for quite some time. And like Ms. Nichols said, it is an agency-wide problem that we are having difficulty filling those positions. Luckily, before they left, we had in my division, we had already done some cross-training. So thankfully, it's been somewhat of a smooth transition right now. We've been able to absorb their duties. But because of this, I am doing additional cross-training to help with the load. I've done all of those duties in the past, and so I'm not complaining. You know, it happens. My workload is a little bit heavier these days, but I do have our lead accountant, Shauna, who has been great and is helping with a lot of those duties right now. So I've just asked for patience when it comes to certain requests. We're getting them done. It's just taking a little bit longer than usual. Also open right now is an administrative assistant position in Christine's division. I believe they have interviews coming up and she can speak more to that. And then Ms. Studdard has one attorney position that is vacant. What else? Our employee evaluation process will be starting in June. Usually it's through June and July. And I wanted to ask something a little bit different from board members this time around. If you have any feedback on any of the directors, please feel free to email that to Ms. Nichols or even to myself. Between the two of us, we do complete the evaluations for our directors. And then, yes, I will be working with Ms. Jones on the executive director evaluations. So please be on the lookout for that to be coming out soon to all the board members as well as all of our staff. We want to give them an opportunity to chime in like last time. We had really good feedback or really good, I should say, really good participation in that. And we want to encourage them. We want our staff to know that we are paying attention and we want them involved in the process. And then as far as finance is concerned, I have uploaded our usual spreadsheets that show our fines through the end of April. It has our fines, our remedial plans, and any penalties that have been received with the agency. And just as a reminder, any monies that the agency receives do not come directly to us. They are not part of our budget. They go straight to the general revenue fund. So they go straight to the state of Texas. It's not a bump in our yearly budget in any way. The next one is our professional services budget, which shows how much we've spent with our dental review panel, expert witnesses, and then our peer recovery network, which is the peer assistance program. And then the last one is our budget through May 9th. And then just a quick reminder on this spreadsheet that 3 of these appropriations, which are basically our accounts that make up our budget, 13002, our peer assistance, and our Texas online accounts are fluid because it shows money as it's being collected, as it comes in. So as our licensees are making their payments for their licenses, a portion of those funds go to peer assistance and Texas online. So it is fluid and constantly changing on a month-to-month basis. The top appropriations line, for example, in the Texas Online shows $225,000. That is about the amount that we receive yearly. It looks like we're a little above that right now. But things are moving. Things are really good. The agency's in a good place. Like Ms. Nichols mentioned, we're going to be moving here in about a month. And all of that is moving along. And then as far as the move, if there are board members that are having issues with their badges, or if perhaps you don't have a badge and you would like one, feel free to reach out to me via email. I just need your date of birth and your Texas driver's license, and I can, excuse me, I can put that request in through the Texas Facilities Commission and get that request going for you. And with that, if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Questions for Ms. Capel? Dr. Henderson.
Well, you know, I just have to say, I really appreciate your financial report and your due diligence, and you're doing well. And I too think that the budgetary impact of the move and any furnishing, I don't think it's going to be a big dramatic issue for us. I think we'll get through it.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. So I want to thank you, but also the whole agency as far as controlling costs and getting that going. So nice job.
Thank you.
I'll second that. Great breakdown. One question is that there was a 5,000 one-time merit. Can you explain like how we can, you know, how you distribute merit, you know, payments and, you know, that system?
Sure. I work with Ms. Nichols on things like that, and then with our directors, and we try to identify key employees that deserve one-time merits. And so they're not, as much as we would love to supplement everyone's salary, sometimes we give one-time merits as an incentive to stay with the agency and to show that we are trying to make an effort. When we do things like that, sometimes it's from vacancies. If we have extra money from vacancies, for example, I had an employee that was, he was in a clerk position. He transferred to another division within the agency. Rather than refilling that position, we took the money and distributed it amongst the finance employees. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough because I still ended up losing a couple of them. But, you know, these are just things that we're trying to do to show employees that the agency is making an effort, with trying, our employees deserve so much more. And in my opinion, giving smaller things like the one-time merits, which wasn't just to one employee, it was to several employees. And I'm happy to discuss who received those on a one-on-one basis. So.
Well, thank you. I think that means a lot. I mean, I know it's probably not enough, versus other moving to another agency, for instance, but I think the little things help. Sure.
Right. Well, it's just in an effort to show that we're trying. And sometimes we do realize that giving those smaller merit increases over time or a one-time merit increase, we end up doing that instead of filling a position. It's a gamble because in the long run, we may end up losing the position, but we also really want to keep the staff that we have in place. They're very hardworking and dedicated staff. And it's just one of those things that we have to make hard choices. But we want our staff to know that we are making every effort that we possibly can to try to keep them on board with us.
Because there is competition between agencies and especially with good people. And
right.
It's mentioned the public arena. It's hard to,
right.
As far as industries and things like that.
Right. And it's hard to compete with the bigger agencies, which is why, like Ms. Nichols mentioned, a lot of the other regulatory agencies, health agencies that are in our building, we've all gathered together and decided to try to approach the next legislative session as a group to complain about these needs and this constant competition that we have. One example of one of the people that left my finance division, it was a $900 a month increase, which is significant. And I applaud, you can't blame someone for wanting to move up and to receive a higher salary for their family, but it's difficult.
With inflation.
And we match it when we can, but when you hear, with those bigger agencies offering so much more money, we can't match it. And it's a shame because it's really good people.
Well, thank you so much for your report. Any other questions for Ms. Capel? Thank you. Thanks for all your great work as always.
Thank you.
So, go ahead. Next, we have Ms. Mendez with licensing.
Hello, board members. Good afternoon, or still good morning. Still not noon yet. So just really quickly, I have the same reports that we have the anesthesia report, which the numbers, as you all are fully aware, I mentioned at the last board meeting in February that we have met the mandate of having inspected the individuals by September 1, 2022. So that part is done, and a big, huge thank you to all the anesthesia folks out there in the anesthesia program. They've done a wonderful job. Lee has been great at getting all this together and keeping it in line and following up. We're moving forward. We're still continuing our inspections. We're currently scheduling through July. The second report there is our CE audits. These are just the numbers. I kind of just opened up the quarter this time around just so you guys could see monthly what it looked like. So we're still auditing 5% of the folks that are due to renew each month. And that's what those numbers show, the selected number, and then the ones that have complied right below that. And then we have the quarter totals. Let's see here. I also have there our division report, which I'll get into in a minute, but I did want to specifically go through our fiscal year 2022 quarter 3 report. really wanted to mention, just last board meeting, a few board members mentioned that they wanted to see the canceled number, the number of cancellations we've had. And so that is included, and that is actually on page 1 of that fiscal year 2022 quarter 3 report. And just wanted to really point out our registered dental assistants, that number is significantly higher. It's over 53,000 of canceled registrations that we have. And so in looking at this number, and I'm in licensing, I don't really realize it until I start putting these numbers together, right? What it is, what's going on, what's happening, because when we're here, it's you're just going, right? You just swimming, paddling, do whatever you can to stay afloat. But this number is really very, very large. And I just wanted to put it back on you guys and just kind of reach out to your colleagues. I know we're going to update and give this information out in our newsletter and send out some information regarding assistance, and hopefully, just get out to the dentist and let them know, hey, the dental assistant needs to be registered. She's monitoring nitrous, he or she is monitoring nitrous. They need to have a registration, they need to have that endorsement. If, the corona polishing, pit and fissure, you guys heard earlier, make sure they have the training. Just because we're not certifying those individuals does not mean they are not required to be trained. None of that has changed. It's still there. And it's just really educating, right? We're talking about education to, our public, to our licensees, to our registrants, to as many people we can, and it's kind of like, oh, dental board is educating now. We're not out to get anybody. We just want to make sure that everybody is doing what they're supposed to be doing. I think that we have a really, really good team on the agency. Everyone works really well together, and it's so supportive. Like, you have Facebook, you have the newsletter that's coming out. They're reaching out to directors, asking for input. If you guys hear something, say something to us, or reach out to Lauren, reach out to Casey. You hear something that's going on out there and you want to get confirmation, it's important to get it out there. Let's do that. Let's get it out there so we can educate these folks. And that's that. That's what I have on that. And just moving on to my report. We have, let's see here, compliance letters for February have already been sent. And just, I wanted to also bring up a COVID update, just because it needs to be said. I know it's a lot of times we just keep going, right? We're just going with the motion, just going with it. But I'm going to read it just so I don't miss anything or misspeak. So although TSBDE did not have to undergo any rule changes specifically related to the acceptance of the regional examining boards, TSBDE issued a statement stating that we would accept what boards were offering at that time. Moving forward, we're clarifying that we will require students to have taken and passed all components or the full exam being offered by the regional examining board they have chosen to examine with. For example, if the dental candidate is taking the ADEX exam offered by CDCA or RAB, perio and prosthodontics will be required. And if the hygiene candidate is taking the OSCE offered by CDCA or RAB, the clinical component, whether taken on a mannequin or live patient, is also going to be required. If you guys hear anything otherwise, reach out to us, let us know. I think from our point, I think it's really good that, Dr. you mentioned about inviting folks coming up, dental schools. I'm hoping dental hygiene programs, we can get these programs, program directors, deans, to come out and talk to us, ask the questions, in advance. So the students are well prepared and there's no miscommunication or confusion out there. As Casey said earlier, the licensing expo is happening this year. And thankfully, everything just happened to fall in place and we were able to get it. It's going to be a little bit different, right? Because they're going to be back-to-back dates. Before we had that 1 week to kind of regroup and refresh and try to clean up what we, maybe may have missed the week before but this is not happening. So it's going to be Monday and Tuesday. And it's going to be, like Casey said, all hands on deck. We're super excited, and selfishly, because we are moving, I'm ecstatic. We're hoping that this is it'll be great. I know it will. Super excited. And so just wanted to say that we're going to have all licensing staff, including our anesthesia team, at this event, along with our attorneys to assist with processing applications. This event is intended to process a license by examination applications for applicants who qualify and have all the required documentation in hand. Once the application's been processed and approved, staff will be issuing an approval letter. This approval letter will allow the licensee to immediately begin working. We are very excited and pleased to hold this event for our new graduates. Staffing, as Leticia mentioned earlier, we do have a vacant position. We do have interviews on Monday. We have 2 folks. So this is for our admin position. So this is a position that would be phones and emails primarily. So we're looking forward to filling the position. And it, you know, we got a few folks, couple. We'll see how it goes. And then lastly, our processing dates. There's processing dates that are there. It's for the dentist, hygienists, and registered dental assistants. It's not for processing renewals. It is the processing of the initial applications of folks who are mailing in their applications along with their monies and supporting documentation. So that concludes my report. Are there any questions, comments, concerns?
I have a question. Thank you so much for your report, Ms. Mendez. On the continuing education audits, when it says complied, does that mean that they turned in the appropriate documentation and that they're good to go? They met the requirements, or is it just that they sent information in to us?
No, that number means that they complied prior to the renewal.
With the correct amount of CEs and.
Yes, ma'am. They still have an opportunity to comply, but that's not on the report, because then that means they're already late. Any amount of days, right? It can be anything from 1 to 364 days that they've been late, and they'll comply. But that number is not reflected there.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Henderson?
Yes. Ms. Mendez, thank you so much. Your licensing for the anesthesia permits. As you know, I walked through the agency the other day, and amazing how little mail-in stuff you have. I'm really looking forward to the expo happening. You know, I'm a big proponent of that. I have a question though, not to cause more trouble. I went ahead and canceled
of course not.
that I planned to bring. There's, you know, the ADA had a breach of data and people haven't been able to access the computer for certain scores, and the AADB has been sending out some emails letting people know to get the information necessary to get licensing. Are we prepared for that question or that issue that's coming up?
Yes, we are, Dr. Henderson.
Perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that was a big snafu for us.
Yes, I anticipated they show up and they can't get, here we go. So I just wanted to have that clarification.
No. Just to follow up with that, and so just to give you a little bit of insight, Dr. Henderson, we were fully aware that was happening. So we did have a delay. It was maybe a week ago, Casey, we got the update that they were good to go. The portal was up. So we actually had about 2 weeks worth of applications, dental applications we couldn't approve because we couldn't verify. But as soon as we got it, it's like we have those on a kind of like a urgent file. So as soon as and that's the only thing they're pending. So as soon as it came up, we were able to review it and approve them and move forward.
Thank you. Perfect.
And I'm excited about that licensing expo. I think it's great, that they're able to get their license in an expedited way, but also it's great for the public optics to actually put a face or faces to the board for them. So I think it's really exciting for them and for us. Question about the nitrous monitoring registration. There's like a standalone. Can you explain?
Yes. Oh, did you want me to explain or Dr. Henderson? No. That's fine. So I feel like I'm going to be Dr. Henderson now. I'm going to take you back a few years. So before SB 313, we had a few thousand number of folks who had the nitrous oxide monitoring certification, right? Because before it was a certification. After SB 313, there were some changes, and then it was now required that a dental assistant or a dental hygienist hold an active license before they could be issued a nitrous oxide monitoring. Before anybody, I mean, if I wanted to, I could have held a nitrous oxide monitoring. Didn't mean I would, but and so after SB 313, we did some cleanup with our databases, and then trying to, because this was like multiple sources of information coming in and having to pull it, go through it, and find the folks that from the list that we already had, how many of them were already licensed or registered. We meshed them together, and there was a total of 91 that didn't have a hygiene license or a general assistant registration. So because of that bill, we had to do what we called grandfathered them in, because they were still in our system. So they were issued a standalone registration, and there was 91. And so they came up for renewal back in 2021. I believe it was 2020 or 2021, one of those years. And so the hope, well, I don't want to say the hope, but some of those folks have canceled because they did not renew. And then we did have those two that did renew. And so those are our only two standalone ones we have. Do we have any more out there? No, because now they have to hold an active registration or license to hold a nitrous oxide monitoring endorsement.
We're just waiting for attrition.
Right, and we're close because there's only two people left.
Yeah, because I was wondering whether we're gonna do anything about those but just wait, I guess.
We can just wait, or we can reach out to them. I mean, in the past, what it was is they never reached out to the board, so we weren't even sure if this was the correct address. I mean, it was the address we had on file, and that's the address we sent the information to. If there was an email, we sent it there. But this is why we only have 2 or 3, right? One's expired.
Any questions for Ms. Mendez? Any other questions, Dr.?
Well, I was just gonna comment because we were talking about the fair. You know, when I first got appointed, the licensing before the fair started was 6-8 weeks once these dentists graduated to get their license. And Miss Mendez came up with the idea of having this one-day fair, and just the money and the patients that the dentist and hygienist can serve on that 6-week time frame is amazing. You know, they have student loans, and so it was as much for the patients as it was for the students and their loan. So I am so glad to see this back. I mean, it is a lot of work, and the agency takes it. It is really a production if you haven't been here for that. I'd highly encourage it. I'm glad you're doing it this year. Thank you.
And to Ms. Mendez and her team's credit, she asked her team, do you guys fill up for the challenge? Should we do this? And unanimously, they said yes. So
COVID's over. Thank you, Ms. Mendez. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right. So next, if you have, so Dr. Bell, Dental Division.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yu, and good morning, board members. My report is in your materials. As I stated, productivity has been excellent. All the numbers are found there. One thing I would like to point out is that I haven't crunched the exact numbers, and I certainly can, should you want to, but it seems as if roughly an average of about a quarter of our cases that go to DRP are being dismissed. Roughly a quarter are being flagged for your pre-ISC review, and roughly 50% make it all the way to an ISC. So that's just kind of ballpark. Of course, each month varies a little bit, but working closely with legal to flag the appropriate cases for pre-ISC. But of course, as always, happy to receive feedback anytime that you have it. My outlying project since the last board meeting has been a heavy reboot of the previous DRP training, pretty much starting from the ground up. And my team and I are fine tuning that now. And then I hope to receive some notes from the legal team as well, so that we can really pinpoint and, give the DRP trainees a little bit more information so that we then can get a little bit more consistent outcome from the reports and the training. On that note, we have a total of 5 DRP mentees proposed for your approval today based on the way that we score it. 3 are that highlighted orange color, which they will do at least one additional test case until we are comfortable releasing them into the wild, as we say. So, and then 2 scored exemplary, and I would advocate for them to be, all will be approved hopefully, but they are ready to do a case as soon as y'all authorize such. So I'm happy to receive questions. Anything that you have?
Of course, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And I want to comment, we noticed that a couple of these people, are we good with the DRP now with the addition of these additional people? Or are we still looking for more members? And if so, what kind?
I would say we are always looking for more members. We did get a huge influx of oral maxillofacial surgeon mentees, and a lot of those are finishing the training. You'll see quite a few on the list today. If you look at the second page of my report down at the bottom, it gives a summary of the number of cases waiting on that particular skill set or specialty, if you will. And so we have 46 cases still waiting on an oral maxillofacial surgeon. We have 25 cases waiting on a general, but because we have so many general, those move pretty quickly. And then we definitely are in dire need of some prosthodontic help. If that respondent is a prosthodontic specialist, at least one of the DRP members needs to also hold that specialty. And I think we have 1 or 2. And I know that just isn't a very popular specialty either. So if you have some folks you refer to and work with that you think would be good, we would love you to pass that along. Jacob's email, my email. We're happy to get them set up with an application.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And, it would be appropriate or not, during our committee meeting yesterday with anesthesia, you feel comfortable with the DRP people assessing ASA classification patients as reported as possible an issue in the anesthesia advisory committee?
Well, having not received feedback on the feedback form to the contrary, I would say yes. If there is any additional training or documents that you would like us to lead them to in order to provide a more firm calibration on that issue, I'm happy to facilitate that. I can work it right into the training as well, since I'm working on it now. So I would just encourage you guys, as you come upon something that doesn't fit, either ASA classification or anything else, just fill out that feedback form, because we do use that extensively to inform both what to train on them on, maybe clear up a little issue, and then obviously one-on-one with those specific reviewers if they're out of line with calibration.
Thank you.
So, yes, sir.
Thanks, Dr. McNeil.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the DRP mentee candidates as outlined by Dr. Bell.
So Dr. McNeil makes the motion to accept the DRP mentees as described by Dr. Bell in your packet. But I would, if you're gonna do this, I would, if you want to talk specifics, but I would only ask you to reference the candidate's number. And seconded by Ms. Jones. Any discussion? See none. Can we make a roll call.
Yes, sir. Dr. Brian Henderson.
Four.
Dr. Linda Burke.
Four.
Ms. Lori Jones.
Four.
Dr. Margot Melcher. Dr. Robert McNeil. Four. Ms. Lois Palermo. Four. Me, Dr. Kiert, yes, in favor, four, and Dr. David Yu.
Four.
It's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you.
sir.
And if I can ask a question, and I'm amazed how many OMSs are now in training that have anything to do with you, Dr. McNeil.
Yes.
Good
And
job.
the society had an ask, and so I've been asking several.
Maybe that should be
colleagues.
what other, maybe we can ask the Paw Society, for an ask. But That's amazing.
That's a great idea. And if anybody has their contact information, please send it to us and we'll reach out to them.
And I just find it's interesting that there's two ortho DRP members and I asked the Ortho Society if they're interested in helping with standard of care complaints and teledentistry and potential. I mean, why not be involved? So just FYI. Any questions or comments for Dr. Bell? Thank you, Dr. Bell. That's wonderful reports and appreciate all your work.
Well, thank y'all.
Investigations Division, Ms. Huber.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Good afternoon, board. As you can see from the report provided, investigations is still knocking it out of the park. Since the last board meeting, we've completed 205 investigations. And one of our goals is always to provide quality work. We're not just about trying to have impressive numbers. We want to, before we pass the cases on to DRP, to Dr. Bell's team, or to legal, we want to make sure that we put everything together so we don't get asked to get more. And that's a personal goal, I think, that we all have. And I can't tell you how proud I am of this team. They work so hard. One of the statistics or the charts that I put in the report shows the same months from 4 years ago. And this is when there were more people on staff, and instead of 75 days as a goal to close cases, the goal was 90 days. And you can just see for April 2018, 72.51% of the cases were over 90 days old, whereas April 2022, we have 0 cases over 75 days old. I'm sorry, 90 days old in 2018, 75 days old in 2022. So like Ms. Nichols said, Ms. Capel said, we work extremely hard here, and I can't be prouder of them. We are still, knock on wood, fully staffed. We had a team meeting the other day, and I asked them to not retire until I could retire, like in 7 years. Probably won't happen, but it's a good thought. But we're going to keep working hard. It's always our goal to represent the agency well, from the admin to the intake to the investigators. We're doing our best for you guys.
And Lauren, can you drop a legal contract?
I gotta leave you longer than.
Yeah, right.
So honestly, this is, as Dr. McNeil would say, this is where the rubber meets the road in protecting the public, and definitely amazing numbers. Despite the numbers, just the hard work.
Yeah.
But any questions or comments for Ms. Huber?
Thank you.
And thank you for your numbers and communicating with us on this. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Legal division study.
Yeah, so the legal division report is in your materials. It shows total number of cases closed this quarter, as well as the total number of cases docketed. So I'd also like to commend our entire legal team, the attorneys, Carol, Trina, Yvette, Kara. They all have been doing a great job moving our cases forward and keeping things moving. As everyone has mentioned, there is a licensing expo. For the first time, we are actually going to have our attorneys there to answer any questions from the applicants about criminal history and whether they would be eligible to receive a license, and we can answer that for them right then and there. We do have one position that's recently been open. That's our staff attorney 1 position. Evelyn Hernandez recently resigned to pursue a career in private practice. And she did great work for the board. She will be missed. We only have 1 application submitted so far as I know. So we are hoping more people will apply, and then we can begin our interview process. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the Stutter?
We're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah.
Whole staff, thank you.
I mean, I said it, you guys are an awesome team together. Amazing. Do we have any announcements? Any comments? Yeah.
Just an announcement. I know we mentioned earlier, Dr. McNeil mentioned earlier about our Texas Dental Association representatives, and we're appreciative of our stakeholders. And so I just wanted to recognize our Texas Dental Hygienists Association Legislative Director, Melissa Terry, is here, as well as the new lobbyist, Denise Rose. Thank you for being here.
Congratulations.
Nice to meet you.
Big shoes to fill. But thank you all. And thank you all, the stakeholders, for being here. And, you know, I just wanted to say that before we end the meeting, just thank you, all the board members, staff, as well as our passionate stakeholders. It's been a journey, you know, and obviously we're all here to serve the public and to protect the citizens of Texas. And we're all more alike than different. I mean, we're all here for the same purpose. And thank you for your participation. And with that said, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Dr. McNeil,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Kirsch.
You want a roll count? No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Unanimous.
Thank you, board. And time is now 12:00.